Ready to go.
I'm going to call the City Council work session meeting of February 2026 to order. I want to welcome everyone join us here and also with us online to let you know that we've got a long agenda today. Work sessions are an opportunity to receive information, also to discuss items of interest to the city. We do not vote in the work session, so I will have public comment after the council's had an opportunity to discuss each item. Then we'll open it up for public comment. First off, we're going to start with employee new hire recognition. First of all, City Manager's Office, Scott.
Mayor, if it pleases council, I'm going to defer at the moment to the fire department, police department, because they have badges and guns. And they have to get ready to introduce.
Sounds good.
So I'll defer for the moment.
Okay, because we will start Chief Alkin.
Yeah, we'll take that up. So, good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome Colin and Dwight, our latest new hires to the fire department. Both of them come to us with certifications. Colin most recently from Hilton Head, and Dwight from the upstate. I think your family moved down here, so you're going to continue with the fire service. So glad to have both of them are EMTs, certified firefighters, so bring a lot of experience to us. We're glad to have both of them on board with us here. All right. Well, guys,
I appreciate it.
yeah. He started that constitution.
Next is Police Department, Lieutenant Mendocino.
Hello, good evening, council. Citizens, we have two hires today. We have Joe Cordy, he's a certified police officer with a few years here in South Carolina. And we also have Mr. Dustin McNeil, he's here from PMO and he's decided to take the badge with us as well.
That's great.
Welcome aboard.
Next we'll do Public Works. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you know, last month, Ms. Cora Lee had left us. We were lucky enough, we hired Miss Bailey here. She comes from North Carolina with her family. She's hit the ground running. She's already started putting me in my place, getting me up and running and making sure I'm staying on task. So we're really glad that we got her hired aboard.
Thank you.
Mayor, council, everybody who's watching us, who joined us tonight, I appreciate it. I am pleased to introduce you this evening to Eric Clausen. He's our new assistant city manager. He comes to us from the city of Springfield, Missouri. He served as the assistant director of Springfield's Public Works Department, and he oversaw more employees in our entire city, and his budget was bigger than our budget. So pretty confident he can get the job done here. He's not a stranger to the Low Country. Formerly, he was the county engineer at Beaufort County for a while. He's also had other coastal experience working for the city of Nags Head as their former director of public works.
That's correct.
He's a licensed professional engineer. He's also a professional traffic operations engineer. How do you like that name?
Oh, he left.
Automatic help. He has a verifiable track record of excellence in public service and leadership. And because of his experience and his connections, he has hit the ground running. So I appreciate that very much. He and his wife Julie have two daughters who have been eager to get back to the Low Country ever since they left a couple of years ago.
That's right, yeah.
And just so everybody knows, we're going to have a social drop-in where we'll host anybody who wants to come by and meet Eric, say a few words to him. Might have a few light refreshments on March 5th at 4 p.m. Is that correct?
From 4 to 6 p.m. in this room right here.
Right here. So we hope that you'll get by and join us and get to know Eric a little bit. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have strategic partner presentations. Up first, we have the South Carolina Nurse Retention Program. Want to hear that presentation?
Well, Well,
Well,
Thank you. I'm surprised and honored to be the first one.
Use that.
Well,
He can change the things for you, but if you need to.
yeah, it's more of a later. I got you right here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I am pleased to be here, representing the South Carolina Nurse Retention Initiative, which I founded about 4 years ago now. And it was, designed to attract, recruit, if you will, and retain nurses in our area because of the shortfall that existed at that time 4 years ago. And it's actually gotten worse. With the growth in our population in South Carolina's fastest growing state, the county is one of the fastest growing counties, the municipalities of Bluffton and Hardyville, et cetera, the shortfall, the shortage of nurses has worsened. We also have new hospitals being built in Bluffton by Beaufort Memorial Hospital and Novant. So our objective is to ramp up, if you will, increase the impact that we've been able to have over the last 4 years to support the healthcare providers. So we are a nonprofit. We support healthcare providers in Jasper County, Beaufort County, and Hampton County. I'm here obviously to talk about Beaufort. We have separate funds and funding for each of those geographic areas. 97% of the funds that we raise will go directly to the nurses. We have no paid employees. We're all volunteers. And I think the closest connection, if you will, to the mission of the city of Beaufort is related to economic development. We're supporting the healthcare providers who need the nurse workforce to provide the healthcare, and we're supporting the attraction of new businesses in the healthcare field and all businesses for that matter who need a robust healthcare system in order to grow. Next slide, if you will. So we offer a post-graduation, financial incentive to nurses to remain here in our area. They can apply for our financial support for up to 18 months after they've graduated. We provide $9,000 over 2 years to a BSN and $6,000 to an associate degree nurse. Next slide. So I already talked about the shortage and the cause for that shortfall, if you will. There are over close to about 200 RN job openings as we sit here today within a 25-mile radius. Okay, just to give you some perspective. We all know about the population growth, the aging of our population. That's all putting more and more pressure on healthcare system. Right? We have 2 application periods, one right now, which will end March 1, and that's to pick up those nurses who have graduated in December of the previous year. And we have another window in August to pick up May graduates. Slide. But the impact on healthcare is in these areas here with improved healthcare as a result of increasing the supply, if you will, of nurses. There are fewer medication errors, lower patient mortality, shorter hospital stays, reduced admission costs, and higher patient satisfaction. So these are the services that our nonprofit provides to the city of Beaufort. We assist healthcare providers to recruit and retain the nurse workforce they require to provide the quality healthcare for the citizens of Beaufort and surrounding area. We support the nurses themselves. We're helping them to live and work in this area. Most will use the funding that we provide for housing or for further education or to pay off student debt. We're supporting the local businesses, as I mentioned, and of course, the citizens of the city of Beaufort and surrounding area are the largest beneficiaries in that they will receive a higher quality of care, availability and quality of care. Now we, as I mentioned, we recruit for the geographic area, and we allow the nurses to advance within their careers and actually even change jobs. And many of them have. They've moved from a hospital setting perhaps to a hospice. So we're supporting nurses in those two environments, home care, urgent care. It's wherever RNs are employed. So what have we done in the last 4 years? We've added 79 nurses. We've lost 7 along the way for various reasons, personal reasons. We have nurses who have spouses in the military that are transferred, etc. But we have a 8% turnover versus a national average of about 33%. Of the 79 nurses we've added over 4 years, 37 of them are right here in the city of Beaufort surrounding area. And specifically 34 of those are Beaufort Memorial. Okay. The other nurses we've added are in Hampton County. They're in Jasper County, Hardyville, Bluffton, Hilton Head Island. Okay. We are managed by the Community Foundation of the Low Country. They provide our administrative support. They provide oversight for our initiative. Next slide. We have a lot of collaboration with healthcare providers, with the colleges. I've reached out to all the local colleges, TCL, USCB, Trident, and many others to make sure that they're aware of our initiative and that they communicate that to their seniors. And we have been able to raise a lot of money over the 4 years. Yeah, next slide. These are some of our larger sponsors that have contributed, including the city of Beaufort the last 3 years. We appreciate that partnership. I'm proud to be considered a partner of the city. Our target for 26-27 is to raise $300,000 per year. And that will allow us to add 35 to 40 nurses per year. I guess the stretch goal would be to increase that into the 40-45 range, but that's all funding dependent. We can't add a nurse to our initiative until we have the funds, and the funds again are managed by the Community Foundation of the Low Country. I wanted to end with just if you would flash through the next few slides to show you the nurses we've added. These 3 ladies are still employed in Beaufort County, and they were added 4 years ago. These were the 2022 recipients, 23 recipients, 24 recipients, and 2025 was our largest year, our most impactful year. We added 29 nurses. I'm very proud of that. And again, they're working at Beaufort Memorial. They're working at Agape, Beaufort Pediatrics, Sea Island Pediatrics, just to name a few. with that, I will conclude and thank you and entertain any questions that you might have.
I got, well, first, thank you for what you're doing. Nursing shortage was seen kind of on the horizon. I was on the nursing board at the South Carolina Board of Nursing, and we saw it coming. But I'm happy to see that you're doing something about it. These nurses, you said at Newport Memorial, are they all north of the Broad, or are you talking south and north of the Broad?
The 34 that I mentioned are north of the Broad. They're right here, down the street.
Okay.
Yeah. And, but that raises a good point as the hospital. Beaufort Memorial will be starting up early 27, my understanding. I think Novant is maybe a year or so behind, maybe 28. But there's going to be a need for 150 nurses in that Bluffton area. And it's going to be very, very competitive. I can see that coming. Staffing nurses, doctors, physicians is the #1 critical issue that most healthcare providers have. Did you agree with that?
Yes, definitely.
Did that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the retention portion of the application? So as you're determining this candidate is eligible for funding in any way, is there a requirement by which they need to stay in the area? And if so, what does that look like and how long?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that. We have a verification of employment process that we implement every 6 months. So we go up back to the nurses and we have them a complete verification of employment. Where have they been working the last 6 months? Are they still in the area? We pay them every 6 months upon proof of that employment. So if they've left the area, if they've moved from Beaufort to Jasper or left the area entirely, then we don't pay them. We will use those funds for the next nurse. So that is the critical element of our initiative, is that we're only paying for services rendered. And when they leave, payments stop.
And that's over the course of 2 years.
That's over, so we'll have 4 payments, yes, over the course of 2 years.
If they decide to leave after 2 years, are y'all doing any exit interviews to find out why they're leaving? Obviously, with military, if they've got to go, they've got to go. Are there other reasons? I know housing is a big one. But any other reasons why they're leaving?
Yeah, we have a nurse outreach program. We're staying in touch with, that's why I mentioned those 3 nurses from 2021. They're still here. We're still staying in touch with them. We want to continue to understand and measure the retention beyond, not only during the period when we're paying them, but after the payments stop. And that 8% turnover is over that whole 79 nurses over 4.5 years now. So they're still here and we're staying in touch with them. As a matter of fact, I just had a call from one of them that she wanted to apply again because she's now got her BSN degree, still in the area, and she was on our program as an associate degree. Hey, can I apply again? Because I'm a BSN now, and I intend to remain in the area, and I still need financial support.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay? This is Mitch. So for a nurse that, I think you mentioned 18 months to apply. Is that 18 months from time of getting the associate or bachelor's degree in nursing? Or could, just for clarification, could a nurse that's already applied, that's at Beaufort Memorial, also be a contender for this $9,000 or $6,000?
Yeah, it's they're eligible for up to 18 months after they graduated. That actually picks up 2 graduation cycles for them. So May and December, for example. We used to have 12 months, but we expanded it to give them more opportunities to apply for our retention initiative. So it's 18 months after they graduate. Now, they need a couple of months to get their license, nursing license. But that's why we have the March and the August scheduled application period, is to give them a little bit of time after they graduate, get their license, and then apply for our initiative.
Okay, well, great. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you again.
Next we have Richard Allen Research, Warren Parker. See, there he is.
Which one was up first? Slide. And this is a quote we've used in the past about Buford and Pat Conroy. When he came here to Buford, this is what he saw. And the charms of the green marsh, it's the life, and it truly is the source of all life in this area. The marsh is hugely important to this entire ecosystem that we live in here. And that's one of the reasons that the Pritchard's Island Research and Living Shorelines Coalition came together here a couple of years ago. Next slide. Okay. Pritchard's Island, as we all know, is kind of gateway to our region. It is a pristine barrier island, the Atlantic Ocean, and very near Fripp Island. I assume that most people know that where it is, but I'll point it out for the group. There's Pritchard's. Pritchard's is, as a barrier island, is moving. Kim Ritchie tells me the other day that we probably lost a few acres, maybe 15 feet of shoreline due to the storms over the last year or so. So it is shifting, and it is a limited resource that we have. But I think we probably have, according to some of the scientists, a limited time over the next 100 years to actually study Pritchard's and how Pritchard's was gifted by the Rhodes family in the 1980s. It was donated specifically for scientific, educational, charitable, and public purposes. It was largely unused over the last couple of decades, but Governor McMaster, I think it was in 2024, approved 2022, promised the Rhodes family he would provide funding, and the legislature has provided $500,000 a year, every year, dedicated specifically for Pritchard's Island and the research and education that's going on the island continuously by the University of South Carolina, Beaufort, and others. We are attracting students and professors and scientists and people who are doing research from the Netherlands. We're attracting people from other universities as far north as Maine and as far south as our own state and Florida. So there's a lot of people who have an interest in it now, and that's part of why they exist. Thanks. You can read those. Again, it's an invaluable opportunity for the study of this unique marine ecosystem that we live in. It's hugely important to understand how the erosion, sea level rise, climate change, all of that, how that applies to our area I was just over on Paris Island this week with Dr. Paul Gage from Coastal Carolina. You can literally see what is happening in this ecosystem, some of which is caused by our own man-made activity, and others is simply natural to the weather patterns that we encounter. In particular, the tidal range in Beaufort and in this area. Thanks. And that's why the Carolina Bight is important to identify. The Carolina Bight is that area that includes Calabogie Sound and the Port Royal Sound. It is more than the Port Royal Sound, but it is not the Ace Basin. This is a saltwater area. It's fed by the Atlantic Ocean. There's no fresh water entering here except rain. And so it's important that we identify that as an entity in the Carolina Bight, because that is that area. So next slide. Very little fresh water, tidal rivers and creeks, high salinity, deep channels, low pollution levels, support robust plant and animal life. It is a carbon sink. This is an area which generates the ability to absorb huge amounts of carbon, 2,000 pounds of carbon per acre per year. 50-something% of Beaufort County is in fact 53%, I think, of the marsh in South Carolina is in Beaufort County, and 50% of the marsh on the East Coast is in South Carolina. So it is a significant resource for our area. Thanks. Simply a repeat of those numbers and the importance of this area. There's more and more study going on here. We know that even in South Carolina, even with our own state, there's a huge difference between what you see in Myrtle Beach area and what you see down here and what you see in Charleston. So there's a great deal of interest in what's happening. And one of the things that we are trying to do as Pearls is push this designation of our area in the Carolina Bight as part of the National Estuary Program. It's a gubernatorial nomination to the Environmental Protection Agency, and we're working on that with our legislators and DNR. We aim to expand the reach of the University of South Carolina Beaufort's Marine Biology Department through partnerships and collaboration. We've developed a great collaboration with Coastal Carolina and their marine biology program there, Dr. Paul Gage, and with the Department of Natural Resources, Tom Mulliken, the new director, or now the director rather than new director, but Paul and Tom have been a vital resource for us and the university. And to really highlight, highlight the University of South Carolina Beaufort's waterfront campus here in Beaufort as an ideal location for a world-class marine sciences program. Now, next. That's our vision. Our real vision is, again, to make this a world-class location on the same level as the Monterey Bay aquarium area and the Cal State program out there, which studies the Monterey Bay, and some of the other great marine science programs in this country. USCB should be a preeminent place for the study of nature-based solutions and understanding resiliency along the coast. As I said, we started the USCB DNR collaboration. We held our first Pearl Symposium back in 2025. Governor McMaster was good enough to come down here and keynote. The Coastal Carolina Collaboration continues to pay dividends. Possible future that we're looking at is a consortium of the University of South Carolina, Beaufort, Coastal Carolina, the College of Charleston. Let's call it a coastal consortium of universities. They could get together and share resources. 2026 Pearl Symposium will be April the 7th at Rip Island. And our keynote speaker is going to be Margaret Spring, who's now the Chief Science and Conservation Officer for the Monterey Bay Aquarium. But she is really, when she worked for Senator Hollings, she was, as she calls herself, the mother of the Ace Basin and the person that pushed the Ace Basin through various bureaucratic evolutions there to finally get that designation that Senator Hollings supported, and the NOAA facility in Charleston. We're going to talk to her about how we get more of that here in Beaufort. We have talked to in Columbia about a joint USCB research and education building here in Beaufort. I think that is a possibility and a probability. It's going to happen. Our folks want to do it. DNR wants to do it. USCB wants to do it. We need it. And it will be a joint building. We can have office space in there. We can have classroom space. We can have laboratories and really take advantage of all that the city of Beaufort has to offer to us. Last, and a more unique picture of Pritchard's Island that everybody can understand, even us laymen, and part of the preservation, the reason we're trying to preserve. Thousands and thousands, millions of these birds come through Pritchard's every year to rest on their way north, south, lay eggs, eat, revitalize themselves, and continue the trip. It's really a fascinating evolution that they go through every year. So we're asking the city for resources to enable us to continue to operate, and that is a level of $10,000. My next, Tracy.
Any comments, questions from council?
Councilman Mitchell and I were fortunate to go out there, and the place is phenomenal. I mean, go out there just surrounded by dolphins as you go out there, and once you get to the island, I mean, you think you're in another world. I mean, it's really something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was gonna be my question. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Mitch.
Well, I would just want to pile on for Neil's comment. I would highly encourage anyone that has the opportunity to go out there to do so. It gives you a new and improved perspective for all Warren and his team is trying to do.
And we've got a lot of support. Walter Lupkin and the Pritchard's Island crew out there, and the fish and maintain the fish camp have provided unbelievable support, all through their own goodwill and the things that they do for Dr. Ritchie and the whole team there at USCB.
Anyone else?
I'll just say, I think that the facts that you presented here are undisputable, and I'm thankful to have these resources in our backyard. And now that the state has dedicated, funding to help research and kind of amplify that, it's going to be to our benefit. My question was going to be, what do you see as the city's role in this? I could see where the state comes in. I can see where the schools come in. But I guess that question was answered in the request for $10,000. So I'll just kind of ask you to elaborate. I guess if the city were to provide $10,000, how do you envision those funds specifically supporting the initiatives here?
Well, we've done things like bring Margaret Spring in. We've done things like put on the symposium. We've done things support. We took county council. We took Tom Mulligan. We took a few others out to Pritchard's Island to visit. All of that. There's a cost to all of that. So those kinds of things help support the activities that Kim and the crew there can't support.
I'll get you a ticket, Josh.
We can get you out there.
I'll take any MQC you got too. I mean, Lauren out there.
Yeah, I know you're getting ready to do the next thing, but, I think that coastal consortium is really exciting.
Yeah.
So,
And the other answer to what can the city do, the city can be a great host for this joint collaboration and this joint building that's going to be built, is going to be built somewhere in the vicinity of the water here in Beaufort.
Any, questions or comments from the public? Okay, hearing none, we're gonna move on to the South Coast Cybersecurity Center.
Yeah,
Hat with you?
yeah, you're okay.
Got a Superman suit on it. Okay. For those that don't know, and I'm sure that there are people who don't know what the South Coast Cyber Center is, although we've given these presentations off and on over the last 6 years. South Coast Cyber Center is really a collab. It's not an entity so much as it is a collaboration of the University of South Carolina, Beaufort, the Technical College of the Lowcountry, the Beaufort Digital Corridor. We have a board member here tonight from the Beaufort Digital Corridor, and the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation, all together who are working to develop this world-class regional cyber ecosystem. We got together about 6 years ago, and next slide. And the idea was to take advantage of this great opportunity that's out there in terms of cybersecurity jobs, economic development, and education. Are there 3.5 million unfilled jobs out there globally? Depends on who you ask. The Wall Street Journal, which is a fairly reputable publication, says, yeah, there are about 3.5 million. Working School says it is the biggest workforce gap that we have. Don't believe the AI hype that AI is going to get rid of the need for cybersecurity, or that quantum is going to get rid of the need for cybersecurity. We conducted a tabletop exercise out at USCB Hilton Head about 10 days ago or so. Believe me, we still need people who are trained in cybersecurity, because there were entities at the tabletop exercise who were exercised by the inputs that they were given, and they determined themselves to be woefully inadequate in the way they handled them. So there is going to continue to be a need for cybersecurity trained workforce. Next. Why here? Why not? There is as good a reason to be here as any other. We have a great talent pool. We have a close relationship with the military. The University of South Carolina, Beaufort Technical College of the Lowcountry offer bachelor and associate degree programs. We are unique in the sense that they are so close together and can feed off of each other. So we have a great opportunity as well why here. We also have proximity to Naval Information Warfare Center and Command in Atlantic in Charleston, Army Cyber Command in Augusta, Lockheed Martin, Gulfstream, Savannah River National Lab, we have a relationship with, and the Georgia Cyber Center up in Augusta, one of our first real partners that helped us a great deal. Next. We want to be the preeminent leader for cybersecurity in our region and our state, and we want to leverage what Joan Big Newton came up with, this idea that we have the ability to be agile and collaborative all at the same time. And we have some unique advantages to the way we're organized. Thanks. Okay. The inevitable question becomes, okay, you've given us money, you've given us this, you've given us that. What's the return on investment? The first bullet is actually TCL ought to be eliminated from that. USCB is closing in on the NSA, a National Security Agency, Department of Homeland Security, Center of Academic Excellence endorsement. This has been one of our major goals over the last 6 years, is to get 2 schools, a 4-year program and a 2-year program endorsed by the National Security Agency, Department of Homeland Security, Center of Academic Excellence program. It's a big deal. It's a huge deal. When you go to employers, you go to the federal government, if you're looking for a cybersecurity job and you came from one of those schools, you have the leg up. Technical College of the Low Country is now has been designated as of a month ago, 6 weeks ago, as an NSA DHS Center of Academic Excellence. That's a return on investment over the last 6 years. We've had our annual cyber summits here in Beaufort. That's become kind of an annual get together that we've hosted, and we've hosted some really top-notch speakers have come in. I think it's been a great event for Beaufort as a region and a state. We've conducted, I think, 3 tabletop exercises here, 2 here in Beaufort, and we conducted the latest one over at Hilton Head. We did that to kind of exercise a state level cybersecurity tabletop exercise, and we drew in 65 participants for that exercise. It was run by the State Law Enforcement Division, Critical Infrastructure Cybersecurity people. It was really good. We learned an awful lot about ourselves statewide, and a lot of entities learned, as I said, that they have a lot of opportunity to improve. We brought the National Science Foundation Regional Innovation Engine Grant here. That was $1 million. That was the cybersecurity grant for the maritime transportation ecosystem. That's resulted in the Maritime Cybersecurity Institute being stood up under Rick Siebenoller, and that program continues. We brought in altogether almost $4 million in federal grants and state funding. And I want to tell you that probably 98% of that is gone to the schools, to the digital corridor, and to the Economic Development Corporation to achieve their goals. That's not been sucked up. That's not been sucked up in overhead. Beaufort Digital Corridor has started their certificate programs, scholarships, and their startup weekend. We've got a strong working relationship, as I said, with entities such as the Georgia Cyber Center and Savannah River National Lab. The school district conducted, I think, 2 years in a row now, has conducted the NSH cyber program where they bring in teachers and teach teachers how to cybersecurity. As we're talking about the public school system, great success story at Whale Branch Early College High School. There is a Cyber Patriot program out there now that is one of the premier Cyber Patriot programs in the state of South Carolina. Did not exist 4 or 5 years ago. Beaufort High School has now gotten into it as well. So it is growing, and it's growing here in our county and city. The bottom line is we're training hundreds of young people in cybersecurity, And we're training and educating those folks to continue this process and become good technology employees and be able to work in any of the agencies out there, from the National Security Agency, Department of Homeland Security, or private industry. Okay. The goal. I like the picture on the left, just like I like the bird picture. I think that symbolizes the Buford Digital Corridor, those children sitting through a technology class in the summertime and getting their certificates all the way up to a very sophisticated system. If you have an opportunity, please go over to TCL, see what they've got set up over there. It will knock your socks off. What TCL has done, it's a great program, and you need to go see it when you have an opportunity. What's happening now in the digital corridor is likewise amazing progress that's been made, progress over the last 5-6 years. And US3D and their cyber lab here on Ballard Street. And before I forget, our ask for this year, like our ask for last year, I told Scott I'm not going to factor in inflation. Whatever that is, was $45,000. So, are there any questions? Questions, Carl? I see some people fading back here in the back of the room.
Real quick, I was trying to get on the website the other day. Didn't take me there. Said it was down. Is the website down, or did you guys get a new link?
No, it's up at southcoastcybercenter.org.
Put in. I'll try to do it again. I don't know why for some reason it didn't.
It's coming up on my phone, but it's not coming up on my laptop, and I don't have a good explanation.
Okay. I didn't know if it was down or if I was just doing something wrong.
There's some gremlin somewhere.
The on the top bullet there, the TCO closing in on the Center of Academic Excellence endorsement. So that endorsement looks good whenever they're going to a graduate is trying to get a job in cybersecurity, correct?
It's the National Merit Scholarship. It's the gold standard really of certifications for university and college program.
Okay. And does that do anything to keep them here after they graduate, or they can obviously go and apply everywhere else, but to some degree, are we just getting them educated here and then becoming, in a place of excellence, but then don't have the infrastructure in place to keep them here, so they would go and work somewhere else opposed to being here? Is that a reality, or are we doing things?
That's a yes or no answer.
Are we doing things that actually bring those jobs here?
That's a yes or no answer, as much as we're training anybody else being educated at the university or at TCL that seeking employment, some here, some in Augusta, some in Savannah, wherever. I don't know that it has been a trend that they get the diploma and take off.
Josh, to that point too, I think we're trying to establish a maritime cybersecurity hub here in Buford. If we hire, just hopefully. That's the end goal. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, and I guess that's kind of where I was getting at with the question is what have we done? What steps have we taken? And this is obviously for me, but everybody else as well, to move the needle on getting something like that established here to where after they graduate, they have an opportunity to work. And I know a percentage of these jobs are probably remote, so you have the education, you can work from anywhere, but there are some that aren't. So what steps or accomplishments have we achieved in the last year or two that moved the needle in regards to the Maritime Center or the infrastructure here?
It's the hardest piece of the puzzle, and it is a piece of the puzzle that we have we have not conquered, we've not made that key that opens that door. Yet, but, it's certainly working with, John O'Toole as part of our process. And working closer with John and trying to get jobs. And it's a tough key to make, to open that door.
Understood. Anyone else? Anyone from the public? Hearing none, thank you, Colonel Parker.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Appreciate that. I gotta. Yeah, square it up here. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Administrator. That's good. Yeah. 77. There you go. Well, tonight I just want to go through, just kind of walk through a clear snapshot of where the tourism economy's health is in the city of Beaufort. And thank you. This is not a marketing presentation. This is not a projections presentation. That's something we can cover at some other time in a little bit more thorough manner. But this is just where we are for the calendar year 2025. And the way our data works is we're able to capture data both from a volume standpoint, a movement standpoint of visitors. We're able to separate the residents from a out-of-towner. We're also able to qualify that out-of-town visitor from someone that's kind of an overnight visitor from a day tripper. That's very good information for us to be able to paint a clear picture of what we're kind of seeing in the marketplace, how things move about. But also, this is just what the data shows. This is not an emotional piece. And like any good story, and it comes with a good headline, we want to make sure we look underneath it. So let's take a look at the headline view here. In 2025, we saw visitor share move to 35%. So hotel occupancy softened a little bit to 61%, and the average visitor spend moved to 198. Now, when you look at these numbers, you can kind of say, okay, wait a minute, that's given some negative numbers. In fact, there was some softening in the marketplace, but there's some, just like when you check your vitals, your blood pressure, your temperature, your heart rate, you want to make sure that you get a clearer diagnosis of what's going on. So we dive into these a little bit further, right? So visitor movement. So when you see visitor share, you're seeing if 100 people were in the marketplace, how many people were visitors versus how many were residents. And this year we saw a little bit of a softening to 35% of the marketplace. But what you see on the other side is you saw our out-of-state visitor and visitation increase, which is a good sign of a good product mix, a good visitor mix. Are we inviting the folks that we're inviting? Are they showing up? And in this case, we're seeing that. And so this is probably an indication of some other movement from the day tripper side. And we'll talk a little bit about that as well as we move to hotel lodging. Occupancy did soften, but ADR increased. And so this year, this past calendar year, you saw hotels making their revenue based on rate. And while that's important, we also got to know that Beaufort's not just a hotel market. It is a good dynamic product mix of both the shared economy through short-term rental as well as hotels. So let's look at them in comparison here just to kind of show what's all in a clear picture. So both occupancy in hotel and short-term rentals did soften a little bit, but ADR for both product mixes, both increased. Matter of fact, short-term rentals actually made more money per available room this past calendar year. Something also to note, we saw more short-term rentals this year pop in and out of the marketplace, probably trying to take advantage of some high demand series. Seeing schedule around the air show in April. We saw a rise of really quick pops in and outs for short-term rentals and back out. And that happens across the thing. But it's not just a city of Beaufort thing. Town of Port Royal's got increased numbers. And then you're seeing the unincorporated portion of the county, Ladies Island to be specific, so in growth in short-term rentals as well. But again, we're painting a little bit picture of what the health was this year. And while hotels and short-term rentals, while short-term rentals and hotels do give you a pretty good tourism economics signal, paint that. Yeah, I've always asked you guys, what would you rather have? Would you rather have 1 million people spending $1 or $1, one person spending $1 million? And in that context, please understand that our visitor spending did dip a little bit. And that kind of matches some national economic trends that we also saw in the travel industry as well. When households purse strings start to tighten a little bit, think about what is tight. It's usually like the extras, the incidentals, the add-ons, or the additional experiences. We see that here in visitor spending. Hotel spending was there. Dining held pretty steady. Retail actually increased. Arts and entertainment maybe subsided. That's your tours and other add-ons. Those are things we're monitoring as we go along because it kind of gives you a pulse of what people are participating in. And so with some of this, we also want to mark this here's a little snapshot. I'm trying to keep my 15, but also make sure I got plenty of time for questions that come up. What held strong? What's softened? Out-of-state visitors increasing, that's a plus. Hotel ADR growing, so a plus. And by the way, hotel operators, if there was a great distress in the market, they'd be slashing rates to try to capture as much revenue with lack of demand. Don't see that happening here at Beaufort. The relevance is still there, the demand is still present. I think we're going to see the same thing. While I'm not a betting man myself, based on what we're seeing from some pacing numbers, what we call soon overnight bookings, it looks like your target months of April and May are going to be strong this year. It also looks like October, November are going to be strong. So as you're looking and evaluating certain timing of events, think about those being pretty strong. They're typically strong. So we see some of that returning hopefully in 2026. Last, I do want to mention something about downtown maintain a 44% visitor engagement. Now let me clarify what that visitor engagement means. That is not necessarily a volume number. That is more of a what visitors to the city of Beaufort within the city boundaries actually participated in. And so what this points to is the exact significance of downtown. You think of a ship. The ship's keel is what brings stability to the marketplace. And in the tourism sense, downtown provides its role as the keel. It provides stability to the visitor economy. And so when you see ups and downs as far as volume is concerned, or some of the numbers may change a little bit, you pay attention. Because the hotels are seeing it at the uptown Boundary Street area where the majority of rooms are, and then you might see it downtown. And this year, we saw it kind of flat. What did soften though were the overall visitor share dropping. So you did have more residents in the marketplace than you did visitors. And that's something to be, we answer that question a lot in my office. I get a lot of people asking like, why are all these tourists on the road? And for 2025, I can, based on the data, that would not be a poll. That's just our friends and neighbors, on the streets. Hotel occupancy falling, while it does show a softening about out-of-town visitors, some of this is to be expected as we see the economy normalizing. And guys, we've been running very hard, very fast since 2021. The overnight economy has been pretty strong and pretty robust. And so this is normal. We're seeing this across this normalization. We are monitoring 2026 though, to make sure that we see if there's a negative downward trend, something we need to prepare for, or we're just stabilizing back to more of a suitable role for our marketplace.
Rob, in 2026, I would think with the 250th, you're going to see some. Wow.
Yeah, and we are seeing that. That's why, in preparation with the events that are taking place, you have some other things moving about too. I think when you look at the 250th and how it fits into a market like ours, a history-rich area, can we meet their expectations when they come to town? Are they gonna have the tangible locations to go and sightsee? Well, maybe not. Are there stories to be told? Absolutely. And who's telling those stories? Well, I think our museums, I know with Lafayette, thing that we had last year was well done. Kind of leads into some of the activity, the living history stuff that you're gonna start seeing pop up. And just the 250 celebration throughout the county is gonna be helpful as we peek that in. And it just so happens that it's, a good time of year for that to take place. All right, I did provide this for your leisure. You can read it as you're trying to fall asleep at some other point. But I do want to point out a couple of things just here. If you take a look at the average visitor at Salt at $9, it does pay close attention to the economy at large. But there are some other things that are at play here. And that is how both visitors and what we call a local visitor, that's a visitor that may drive into town, a day tripper that they live in like Jasper, Colleton, Chatham, Hampton. And those folks they're visiting and utilizing the city in a different way. They're coming to town for other retail excursions, but they also are participating in our events and activities. So let's not miss the opportunities for our 5 signature festivals that take place. A lot of the downtown activity, they're wanting to participate. We see them pop up in that share. The purse string tightening is definitely reflected here on the chart. So I want to lessen it. It is what happened in 2025, and it's something that we're monitoring for 2026. I definitely want to close with this and then open up to further questions. While we see some red arrows down and some green arrows up, I do want to make sure that everybody here at the table knows that the Beaufort tourism economy is stabilizing as we speak. We're seeing some better numbers for January. We had a tremendous Oyster Fest. Saw some good returns. You got some things changing, some things that we were concerned with. I've had conversations with the council, but also Scott and I've had those conversations. The city's addressing those. I think what you're seeing is the private sector responding to some other activities that are going on. Rates holding, that's really good at the hotel level. The short-term rentals, it's demand that's peaked back up. You'll be able to capture that. I know that makes good news to Alan and trying to make those ATAX projections for budget coming up here. And something he and I can have a further conversation on. But what I don't want to do is get in the habit of chasing volume. I don't think that's what you guys want. I don't think that's what our city and our the stakeholders, they're not always wanting to chase volume. We're wanting to chase what I would say the right visitor mix, a healthy mix. Those visitors who desire to be here, who also desire to spend, and want to stay overnight because that does bring a higher rate of return. The amount of return for this year for 2025 is actually going to be a little bit higher as far as your return on investment this year. It's been in the past about 11 to 1. It's going to factor out to be about 12 to 1 this year. That's still a positive change or positive momentum. I put on here protect the product. You guys are making adjustments to that now. This is definitely the downtown with the Keel story I was referencing. I know there's some conversation going to be happening further on tonight about that, and the city moving forward on that. And I'm so excited about that movement. Grow smart. I hear that a lot. What does that actually mean for us? I wrote down this for us from the CDB's perspective. That is making sure we target the valued regional traveler. It doesn't help us to just keep bringing in day trippers, although they're very valuable. It does help us to bring in out-of-towners, and that requires a little bit different invitation. Got to make sure that the experience that their expectations they have are met with a tremendous experience. So with the 250th, there is an already built-in experience. They're looking for that. That expectation is already there. We have to deliver a great experience, at least set the stage for them. And the last thing, we measure everything. We want to be able to do that. Whether it's having a meeting with the downtown operations crowd and giving them some insight on what's happening down there, or just working with our stakeholders that may be somewhere else in the city. Our willingness from the CDB is just to be open with the numbers and share those where they need to be. And just like tonight, not always going to be green arrows up. Sometimes it's gonna be red areas down, and please understand that we're still gonna present those to you guys and share that information so that you have the right information that you need to make decisions to help move the city forward. Any questions?
Any questions?
Do the out-of-state visitors spend more than the in-state tourists? Like,
Yes, on average, yes. I mean, couch that with a small caveat, but as long as that out-of-state visitor is staying overnight, which predominantly they do. So an overnight visitor spends 3 times as much as a day tripper. And a lot of that's in multiple meals, and a lot of that's in overnight accommodation.
but somebody say from New York, they spend more than somebody from Greenville on average.
Yes, I think that's probably more price sticker shock is not as shocking to someone who probably has what we would call sticker shock where they're from, right?
Right.
I think that's the inverted sticker shock here, so they don't have that as much. But we do see that. But it also matters, like, the visitor comes in, so a Marine graduate family from New York may have a different situation economically than say somebody from Greenville that's coming from a long weekend leisure traveling, may not. Just saying it's on average, that's something we pay attention to and have that data there.
You have questions for Rob? Back from the public?
Hey, Phil, could I ask Rob a question for the public, please? Yeah, so, Rob, on the average visitor spend, is that that $207 and the $198 in 2025, is that on a per day basis, or is that a total for a visitor doing their stay?
Per visitor per day.
Okay, good, thanks.
I don't know why I was remembering 217 from the presentation last year. Was it not?
Yeah, and that might have been just as we calculate through the year, we get new spend data, we can make those updates, but this year. It's a moving 12 as well, just, sometimes you may be incorporating a spend from December from the previous year. One other thing that Scott, I did ask me to mention was just in talking about, downtown and uptown and things to be, going around, we don't have the answer for what traffic displacement downtown may have happened during, November, December. We don't have the full picture of that yet. It is something that we are monitoring just from a traffic flow, what that displacement of how folks interact with downtown. If it's any early indication, we do see some movement changes, habits have been reinformed. It's something we want to be, to work through as we move into March and April, especially into some of those peak times. And Linda and Sarah mentioned that as well in our conversation, just something we're monitoring and be able to provide that information back to you.
Okay, next we have the Beaufort County Economic Development.
Good afternoon, thank you. Council members, staff, nice to be with you all. How many of you attended Converge last week? So were you remote, Mike, or? Okay, so we had about 470 people signed up and 118 watched on the county channel. I did start with a story, and I'll just rehash it for those who weren't there. When we first started this work in economic development in Beaufort County, our mantra, our hope was to be simple, swift, and certain. In the absence of being able to be simple, swift, and certain, because as you find out when you're dealing with this much water and this, as Warren Parker just outlined, wanting to be good environmental stewards, you have to be careful when developing in the low country. So in the absence of being simple, swift, and certain, it's important to be persistent. And the story I have to tell you is about a project that was announced in 22, and as 25 was coming to an end, this company, Masters Corp, was trying to get a certificate of occupancy for their 50,000 square foot building that was built on a pad site that we got the funds from the county and from the Department of Commerce to build. But I'll tell it a little quicker tonight. But what basically happened is that the owners kind of did everything they could in the 3 days that they had before New Year's, and they were telling us that it would cost them about $7 million if they didn't get this certificate of occupancy by New Year's Eve. And Scott and I, the city manager, tried to work through this. My colleague Kelly Brunson was on the phone to the father of the state fire marshal. And everyone had done everything that they could to move this project forward. While staff was excused at noon on that day, phone rang around 6 o'clock, 6:30, and Bruce Skipper, and he was working close with your fire marshal, John Baggett, if I'm saying it correctly, along with Charlie Stone at the water company, to do everything to get this done. The owner driving back to Florida just threw in the towel and thought we couldn't get it done, but municipal staff, in particular, Bruce Skipper was out there to do the final inspection, and it was, I think, issued at about 6:40, when many of us were eating dinner or getting ready for the night's festivities. So it's kind of a nice story in that it shows all the different collaboration it takes to make a deal work. And this project was announced in 22, and as they're closing in on 26, and we were out there today, there are people, the investment, we're told, and we'll verify, it was supposed to be about $35 million in that plant, 160 jobs. So kind of a good project. I'll try to go through my presentation fairly quick, but as we go through it, this is the outline, pretty much rehashing our mission, vision, budget request, countywide results, City of Beaufort results, approach to the work, our pipeline, kind of the importance of business retention, recent projects, and marketing. So we'll try to touch on all of that. Our mission and vision is pretty straightforward, and humbly I sit before you and don't take credit for the sun rising or the projects coming down the pike. But I will say that we work really collaboratively with so many people. Bob Elliott's program was singled out by our keynote speaker, Rebecca Battle Bryant, as a shining star in the state of South Carolina on how regions have to do things to address their shortfalls in workforce. I think she did that excellently, and thank you, Bob. The work that Warren's doing at the site with cybersecurity, he's also involved with the Military Enhancement Committee, and all of these different groups collaborate. When we look at it, what we're looking at is trying to improve the lives of our neighbors and residents in Beaufort County. And my staff, myself, Kelly Brunson, Brian Warner, and we have Luke Stockton as an intern right now, feel privileged to do this work in Beaufort County. Moving forward, our budget request is $42,000. If you look back in the 8 years we've been able to do this work for the city of Beaufort and for Beaufort County and all of its municipalities, we have charged you $247,000 for this work. And I do think you want to look at it as a fiduciary of the taxpayers' dollars, and you want to look at it. I think your own staff last year came back and said the return on economic development was better than 180%. We think it's higher than that, and we have some things in the pipeline that we'll be showing you. I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but most of the pipeline projects that I'll discuss tonight are pretty tight at this point. 9:30 tomorrow morning, we have a call with the representatives looking at buying 32 acres in the park. I'll touch on that shortly. And later in the afternoon, 3 p.m., we have, and in both cases, we have tight agreements that will be coming before council in March. When you look at results, kind of interesting, how does our MSA stack up against the United States and South Carolina? Our results, and we had an economist who lives in county take a peek at this, but we're at 30% over the last 5 years compared to South Carolina at 28%. This is non-farm job growth, and so we're doing pretty well. Now, how do we stack? It was mentioned earlier about the growth we're seeing in the state of South Carolina. We are finishing behind Myrtle Beach and Charleston. Now, growth is a double-edged sword in Beaufort County. You know, how much growth do you want? And I liked Rob's comments there. Wrote them down. Protect the product, grow smart, and measure. And so I think that's a great mantra. I hope we measure up to that as well. But it is impressive that our job growth exceeds Greenville, Columbia, Spartanburg, Florence, and Sumter. So we're stacking up well. And I know one of the questions will be, well, what's the quality of those jobs? And we'll take a peek at that. And so in the fiscal year we're in, our year runs from July to June. We're just under 60 million. Our target, I believe, is 70 million. So we've got a bunch of things coming forward, and many of them here in Beaufort. 165 jobs. In the year we're in right now, we're at 87,000. Square footage absorbed is 109, and then incentives to companies. Now, keep in mind, a lot of times people see the incentives and then they do quick math and say, you know, well, that's a lot per job. Now, 200,000 of that is for a pad site in your Commerce Park through the Department of Commerce. 75,000 of that is for UTCs. From Dominion Energy, again, to build that pad in your Commerce Park. So 270, again, just simple math. You paid us 42,000 this year. We were able to, just on one project, chase down 275,000. Just so you know, the balance of that money was a small grant, $30,000 to Spartina Handbags. It's building a small headquarters in the town of Bluffton. And I've got Kelly here because sometimes I get so excited when I speak in public, I need somebody to fact check me. In terms of results, since we've been doing this, and I would say that as you look at economic development, you look at Beaufort County, think about this. One is we're going to be doing a strategic session with all elected officials and administrators on March 5th. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't even have to look at Kelly. Thank you, Mayor. On March 5th, we have informational sessions, just historic, of where we started. And we'll start with some quotes from Bobby Hitt from 2015. The realtors, the realtor groups wanted Beaufort to get going on economic development. But keep in mind, when we'll talk about Beaufort tonight, it's really, you really have to look at economic development in a larger sense than just one census tract. And so we've managed to touch in the sectors we focus on. 3,100 jobs roughly, averaging 60,000 a year, million square feet, 1.6 million real estate absorbed or built. And the 32 million, I've had people, many of them your enthusiasts here in Beaufort, say, well, that's a lot. If I divide the $32 million into the amount or the number of jobs, that's a lot per job. Now, keep in mind, many of those incentives, some of them nearly 3 million have been for site development, many of them in the city of Beaufort, but only 1.4 million of that, I'll say 1.5 million of that came from Beaufort County site and job fund. So when you look at that, and that included a grant to the nursing group that Bob is with. When you look at jobs, because I haven't been with you last year when we met over at the Black Chamber of Commerce, it was like, what about the quality jobs? And I've been asked the same question by county council. So in the last 5 years, the income on the jobs that we've been working on has grown by 90%. And when you listen to Claude Hicks and Jennifer talk about workforce housing, there is a bit of a gap still Dick Stewart is very active in that effort as well. Over the last 5 years, just taking a smaller snapshot, 2,600 jobs, over $167 million in total compensation. So over the last 5 years, we've been averaging about 63. In terms of our approach to work, and this model best illustrated, it's from Ned Hill, who's with the Ohio State. I don't root for their football team, but just to give you an idea, we usually are talking about that lower right-hand box, jobs, taxes, and income. The companies we work with are worried about sales and goods, but our job as economic developers, your jobs as elected officials in a municipality is to focus on the other side of it. So community development, which could be infill and redevelopment, commercial, real estate, that's creating the product where jobs can go to. It could be brownfields, it could be real estate or developer relations. Workforce, and you heard a lot about that tonight. Technical College of the Low Country and USCB are partners in that, but upskilling people to accept jobs. On housing, we have to fill the gap because the gap is getting, and I'm sure you've seen the charts either from Converge or the ones that Claude Hicks provides, but that gap between what people are making and what a rent or a mortgage would cost. When you were given guidance by your father or mother on what a reasonable house was, you were told it was 28% of what you were taking home a month. Now they say it's 30%. A lot of people in Beaufort County are closer to 50%. And now how do you live? How do you deal with the hiccup? How do you deal with the fender bender on 170? This is a real problem, and I think we have to care about it. Now, within economic development, I'll go into the areas that we work on. Marketing and attraction, business retention, site development, grants to companies, project management. Kelly and Brian do a lot of that, coordinating with partners, public policy, and then measuring what we do. And this time of year, we do a lot of that. I'll just run through a few of the pipeline projects that we have going. So currently, and if you think of Lot AA where Masters Court went, that started with a pad site development of 25,000. When the company sees the site and it's cleared, it's easier for them to imagine their facility on it. They double the site of the pad. So here on Lot D, and we very well may already have a company interested in buying that lot, but our engineers estimate the cost of that would be over 400,000. Commerce has issued a grant of 200,000. Beaufort County Council approved 125,000 for that, and Dominion Energy gave your Commerce Park, our efforts, 75,000 in utility tax credits. Just moving along, I won't spend a lot of time on this, but on this particular sale, we'll get market value on the land. We'll get $1 million donation to help bring the spec building out of the ground. We'll get a donation from the purchaser of $600,000 in material, a borrow pit, if you will, and that will move this spec building along. So keep in mind, when we're selling real estate in your Commerce Park, you receive all the benefits of that. You on average paid $11,000 an acre, and currently we're selling it for $40,000. We did an appraisal. We used a different appraisal firm, as your council suggested we do, and it tells us that we're in the right market on price, and we'd be happy to share that with you. We have a call tomorrow afternoon with a developer out of Bluffton. This is their first foray into Beaufort. They kind of fit our profile. They're successful. They know what they're doing. And if they are successful on this Lot K, they'd like to run the table in the park. We've had other people come forward and say, this is a real sweetheart deal. So whenever we put the deal out to the market, we've sent it to those people as well and heard crickets back. So, but we treat all investors fairly. This is a company that we call it Project Ceramic, interested in Lot D. We have a letter of intent ready, on the spec building, we have a letter of intent. On the, purchase and sale agreement for those, 31 acres, we have, an agreement. We had a call today with our attorney, and there are just some issues in terms of permitting on the borrow pit that the purchaser wants written into the purchase agreement. And then on this one, we have a letter of intent where they'd like to build between 15 and a 25,000 foot facility on Lot D. It's a $6.6 million. There'll be 5 positions that are in Beaufort today relocated and 10 new jobs. And what's good about this, when we first started working with this company probably 5 years ago, the average comp was south of 40,000 a year. And with everything going on in the market, these are the jobs here are improved. We also have, and I'll give you a sense of it. We have a couple of companies that might be more, and try this on. We'll be coming back to council if we get letters of intent where the companies want to buy it. But as you know, on Schwartz Road, you have like concrete companies and lay down yards for Dominion Energy. So we may have developers coming forward, and that'll be your decision. Our job is to cultivate interest. Your job is to figure out if you want to accept the deals that we bring forward. So we'll be probably have 2 more letters of intent coming down the pike. The Coast Guard facility is a great project for me to talk about. Again, it's a great collaboration. The Beaufort Regional Chamber of Commerce has played a pivotal role. I see Mark, their chairman, here tonight. The MEC, Warren Parker, and then also the Defense Community Partnership Task Force, headed up by Ben Coppage, who I think you know. And so it's just been an absolute wonderful collaboration. Just so you know, this project is wired to go to Alabama. And we have, and I called the gentleman who we submitted this to up in Rhode Island and said, you know, we have a really great piece of property here. He goes, oh yeah, I remember my grandfather used to take me in there when I was a kid. So he knew the property. And he goes, you may not get this project, but you may get another one. We want this project. And if you go to Google today with all of our efforts and ask AI where this training facility for the Coast Guard could go. And I invite everyone here to go on Google and look it up. It's going to tell you it should be in Beaufort, South Carolina. But this is just a really great collaboration between the city of Beaufort, Port Royal, the county, and so many people. We have admirals, Coast Guard admirals coming out of the woodwork. So Warren, as head of MEC, is going to have quite a team to receive. And just so you know, I hope I'm not talking out of school, but Warren had Pam Everett, our lieutenant governor, at his tabletop exercise and said, you mind waiting a second? He ran out to his car, got this package. She goes, I'm on a committee with Noam. I'll try to get her down here. So, and we've had Tim Scott and Joe Wilson from other parts of the state step forward and want to support this project as well. On business retention and expansion, Brian's got a target of 90 meetings in a year, and those end up surfacing a lot of projects. We do a lot on a nonstop basis. Hopefully you do subscribe to some or follow us on, in particular, LinkedIn, Facebook, or Instagram, and you'll see that we are constantly marketing properties in Beaufort. And I apologize if I was long. It's exciting to be with you all, and I'd be happy to answer questions. What's that?
I just AI'd the Naval Hospital just now.
What did it say?
Naval Hospital, Beaufort.
Good.
For Coast Guard.
Yeah, don't ask it about Birmingham, Alabama, please.
Sometimes people be considered, but seems to be the logical place.
Yeah, so it's kind of, it's, you know, but it's not the Economic Development Corp. It's really about a lot of people collaborating. Warren's done a great job, kind of herding it. And Brian Warner from our staff took everyone's input, whether it was Lisa McKay or Mitch Mitchell or Hilton Head resident, took all that input, gave one voice to our presentation, and it was quite impressive.
Hey, Phil, I have a question.
Absolutely, go ahead, Councilman.
So, first, John, I want to thank you for your presentation and all that you shared. As you know, there have been a fairly strong vocal few, I would say, that have been saying that the Commerce Park has not been a good investment for our city. And I note your ask for 42K versus the return. I think instead of 240K. Even with my investment shortfalls, I understand that one. But Port Royal, I think, did not fund you last year in their budget. I think Beaufort has reduced their funding. Could you just give us maybe a summary of why we as the city of Beaufort should continue to invest in Commerce Park and the BCDC?
Well, I would say if I was the city of Beaufort, right, you put $42,000 in this year. In the next couple of weeks, I'm going to bring you a deal where you'll make 4 times what you paid for on the real estate. You'll get $1 million donation towards a future project, and you'll get $600,000 in value with materials. And so if it doesn't make sense to you, I mean, in the words of Bonnie Raitt, I can't make you love me if you won't. But that's a pretty good rate of return just on that one deal. And if you can imagine, I mean, your city administrator could tell you about what we did just in the week leading up to New Year's. And so if John O'Toole doesn't do that, or if Kelly Brunson doesn't do that, and Brian Warner doesn't do it, who does all of these functions for you? But with that said, we are going to have a community session on March 5th with all of our elected officials, and people are going to have an opportunity to say, I like, and we're going to have it professionally facilitated. Our staff will be off to the side as perhaps subject matter experts, or if people need clarification. But it's going to be really a conversation of elected officials saying, is this work we want done? Do we want to be the only county in the state of South Carolina not doing this? Is there another way you could do it? And all of that'll be out on the table. But if Beaufort doesn't see value in the work, then you shouldn't pay for it. But if you do see value, and I would think in the next 45 days, you're going to have a heck of a lot of value right in front of you. I think we measure up to a return on investment for every municipality in this county. But you really have to look at economic development. If you went to Select USA, which we'll be doing in DC to talk to foreign direct investors, and you went there representing Beaufort, you would look like looking at a period on a sheet of paper on Earth from the moon. You just don't have. You're not able to leverage the resources and jump into this with the same level of expertise that we do.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Thank you. And I hope you'll all do participate, and nothing's determined. I mean, it's going to be your opportunity. Thank you.
Can you send me another e-bike? I can't find it.
It's done. Yeah.
I think you have 45-minute training things.
Yeah, and if you need extra time with myself, Kelly, or Brian, just call us if you want to do it in the weekend. But we do have 2 sessions on that you've sent invite tomorrow, and 1 Friday afternoon at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, John. Okay, next up is Palmetto Breeze.
Good evening. Thank you to the mayor and
and council for letting us come and present our budget request. I wanted to say to you, you know, I was at Palmetto Breeze from 2014 to 2024 and never came over to ask for matching funds because I'm here today because City of Beaufort, Town of Port Royal and unincorporated Beaufort north of the Broad is now an urbanized area and growth is everywhere. So it's going to take us time to build up, you know, our urban services over here, but that's why I'm over here. And I also want to explain how public transit is funded. Currently, we don't have any source of dedicated funding. And dedicated funding in the state of South Carolina can only come to a public transit in two ways. And one is a sales tax and the other is millage. So we have neither. So we're funded through grant reimbursements and local match money. And so I'm going to get into that explanation. And that's why I'm here today is to ask for local match money for the City of Beaufort's share of the urbanized area north of the Broad. There you go. And just so you have a good idea of how this works, because it's not simple. So what happened over here north of the Broad is that we were completely a rural system. And so we only went to Beaufort County for our funding over here. And as this area became an urbanized area, now everything that's in the urbanized area is considered urban funded. And everything else is rural funded. So our rural funding decreased and our urban funding increased. And we have enough in the grants, but we did have to do a little bit of transition budgeting this year. And that's, there it is right there. And so what we're required to do, and some of the folks here went through our North of the Broad master plan for transit. And so we have the system that we would like to move towards. So we have a lot of input on what that would be, but that's a much larger expenditure. What we're trying to do in this first year is take the resources we currently have and repurpose them. And what we're required to do is separate routes that are in the urbanized area and they're urban, and then separate them from the rural routes. And so the urbanized routes would be paid for with the urban grant and rural with the rural grant. What we did for this budget request and this year, as a transition year, we took a percentage of how much of this route is in the urban and how much is in the rural because of the way our funding came in. And so we're working now to begin figuring out how we can take the resources we currently have and just start to redeploy. And I'll continue to discuss this. And as you can see, what happens is we spend the money on the salaries, the fuel, the bus tires, everything that we purchase, and then we get reimbursed after we purchased. We get, it says administration, which is our indirect cost. It's also our preventive maintenance. So all of our maintenance salaries, all of that is reimbursed at 80% of what we spend. 20% has to be the match money. Any capital that's non-ADA, which is, trying to think, most of it qualifies as ADA, but we have capital items that are non-ADA. It's an 80% reimbursement. All of our vehicles that we purchase with the grant money, the grant reimburses 85%. And so that's really great when you're getting started, you know, to get the vehicles. And then the difficult part for us is the operations is where we pay the bus drivers and all of that. We only get reimbursed 50%. And so then we come to our partners and, you know, ask for that match to build the budget for the next year. I have to bring this up because this was a windfall. And I'm going to try to be really quick with this, but we couldn't understand it. And so we got this from the state that said we have lapsing funds. Well, we spend every penny we have. And my finance director's here and she looked at that and she said, I just closed that grant 2 days ago. I don't know what they're talking about. So we get the phone call and they say, well, the federal government used to fulfill grants, like this was a 21 grant. They fulfilled it with 2014 and 2015 money. And they have done this for quite some time. And whoever's the administrator now said, no, enough of this. It's confusing. We're going to use current year money. So this was an orphan. Okay, because it was already funded with 14-15 money. So we got this letter that said, hey, you have $853,729 of urban money for Bluffton Hilton Head.
Well, there's a lot of resistance over there as we get a lot of cash from them for our match. And we knew that going back and asking for the match for this wouldn't be a good thing for us because we're not really growing anything. And so we were told on the call we were on, if you can't use this money, you have to decide right now, then we're going to transfer it to somebody else that can use it. And so immediately I said, we can use it, but we want to transfer it over to the north of the Broad, City of Beaufort, Counterport Royal, and unincorporated Beaufort, and they transferred it. So this is where we're at with the funding so far of what we've asked from the City of Beaufort. And you can see the first grant was basically all capital. All of that money has not been spent, the first grant. It's all in the bank. Well, the grant's on hold, and the money's in the bank waiting to purchase vehicles with that. The second year grant is the year we're going into. And as you can see, the ask is higher because we had to include operating costs because we had to change over and make some of what used to be rural urban. The third pot, 2027B, is that grant that we were given that we transferred over here. So it's really great news for this area because we have over $2 million to buy vehicles. And it's in the sense of how much these vehicles cost. It's not a lot of vehicles, but it is a great start to get going on running service over here that's dedicated to the urbanized area. To the right, you can see the split, and the split of how we get our funding from the urban side over here is based on population. And so for the City of Beaufort, it's 17.1% of the total ask, of the total reimbursement, local match. So our request today is the 2027 grant is higher because of the operating money. And so that's at 76,000. And then the additional capital grant, which is a gift to spend 25,000 for us to get, almost $1 million. So we're asking for 102,778. A lot of people, we go to all the counties and now we go to extra municipalities and they want to know what we're doing. How do we make money? Well, we don't have a lot of ways to make money. So this year we are selling some of the large buses. The state and the FTA gifted us with 4 brand new MCI coaches. Southeastern Stages went out of business and they had 4 coaches that were like a year old. Those coaches are $900,000 each. They gave them to us at no cost. And so that allows us to sell off some of the 06 and 07. We have 20-year-old buses with 1 million miles on them. Some of the older ones, we got 5 new ones in 2021, 22. So we try to keep our fleet up as much as we can. But big buses are expensive. So some of the money we can make this year, I think we put about 50,000 that we're going to make selling vehicles. We also sell advertising. We can get decals on the buses for advertising, in the trolley maps, anywhere we have a display in the trolleys over there where we play things of interest, what festivals are going on Hilton Head, and we also sell advertising on that. And the rest is not a lot more. Miscellaneous revenue is scrap metal and interest income on the money we do have in the bank. We do special event transportation, but only for our partners. We are not allowed to compete with the private charter companies, because the government put so much money in us that they protested and we can't. But if we work with, for instance, the town of Hilton Head, they're having a wing fest, they're doing it, we're providing the shuttle service. We charge them for it, probably half what the private charters operate. But that's our money that we put towards the local match. And so working over here, City of Beaufort said, hey, we would like you to, could you operate this shuttle for us? We'd give you a price if it's the city itself, and it's going to be very advantageous, but it also helps us to fill the local match because we do everything we can. And the fair revenue, we do charge revenue. They don't allow that to match the grant. So that's additional revenue we have, and we need it for things. Not everything is reimbursable, but we run on a real tight budget. And any questions? People usually have a lot of questions. So,
Any questions?
Well, you answered some of them, and I think you did a really good job going through your presentation there, so I appreciate that. I guess the question that I would ask is, you said that there was resistance in Bluffton, and so.
Well, I didn't really mean to say it that way.
Well, that's okay. I'll just, here's what I wanted to ask is based on the fact that they have, 3 times the population we do, what are the metrics by which you guys determine the potential ridership? I understand where it could be very valuable on, if we were to have, we were to utilize the service for, get people around for that, and maybe even every day. But is there a method by which you guys look and say, okay, based on X, Y, Z, the potential ridership and success of this program is going to be X?
I don't think we do that so much, but we do have about 15 matrices that we track every month to check our performance. But I have to say, when I came here, all these services were already operating. And a lot of people don't know what we operate, but we operate we have what we call a deviated fixed route, and those buses come from Ladies Island, St. Helena. They come into everything in the Beaufort Center, and they go out towards Dale and Big Estate. They cover a lot of the county. And they're basically on a route, and we'll deviate 3/4 of a mile to satisfy the ADA to people in wheelchairs and that. But we have another service, we just call it coordinated from a long time ago, but it's door-to-door, space available basis. With that, we do dialysis, we do medical appointments, we take people to grocery stores, and it's on a mileage base. So it's $5 for up to 10 miles one way. And then if it's up to, I don't know all the miles, maybe 15 miles, it goes to $8. And so we do that, and that stays very, very full. And we have probably over here, we're running maybe 8 or 10 cutaways. You probably see them all over. And that's what they're doing. Some of them are on a route, and some of them are just doing one-on-one trips. I know in Bluffton, we do a lot for Memory Matters. Over here, we used to do a lot for the rehab center that's on Voc Rehab. We used to do a lot for Voc Rehab, and when somebody would graduate out of there and need a job, they would hook them up with us. We did transportation. We right now run a shuttle between the 2 colleges, USCB and Beaufort to Bluffton. For a long time, we did tickets and worked with TCL, where they had people come in from all over the county, and they would buy tickets from us to give to their students. And they're not doing that now, but we're going to revisit that as well. But it's not as if I want to come in and start new service. Although part of this, and I can show you this beautiful trolley picture, just from the discussions and the fact that Beaufort has a bustling downtown with not enough parking. We want to purchase these trolleys for the downtown area and to make a loop, City of Beaufort, Town of Port Royal. And so that's part of what we'll do with this capital money is order some vehicles for the urban side, and they take over a year to build. So, that's all we're going to do this year. And we're going to start to divide the urban and the rural. And then we need a bigger phase to really change in a big way. So, we do what we can with the budget that we have.
For the trolley system, you mentioned Beaufort Port Road, and also go over the bridge to Ladies Island to shopping areas.
Well, I'm still in I haven't back that long. I'm in the process of reading the study, but I think there'll be meetings with the partners before we solidify anything, because this work is not for us, it's for you. It's what you guys want. And I can tell you with the trolley on Hilton Head, it changed every year for several years, and it really picked up when we added a second route. And so every year we evaluate what was good, what can we do different, how can we change up our service to make it more appealing, or we track when it's busy, when it's not busy. We listen to our partners, what you like, what you don't like, what you'd like to see coming. And it's an open dialogue I just look at this area, and something's got to happen with all these cars. And, I think we're part of the solution, but I don't know that the whole community of Beaufort County, the people I don't know that they're not ready to get out of their cars, but we don't have parking right lots. We don't have what it takes to get them out of their cars. And I think that's really on our horizon, because you just look at how busy it is and how hard it is to get from A to B. And The other thing I would say is that there's always opportunities to get grants. They call them, we do numbers, FTA, Federal Transit Administration. It's a 5339 grant. We can apply for that at any point in time. Your real requirement is that you're an urban property. And the other thing is you have to have the local match. We've never applied for that. You can go big. You can build a facility for 20 cents on the dollar. You can, and we're gonna need one. When it grows over here, we have difficulty. The little buses over here, they park at people's yards or at the Sonic because we have no facility over here. And we would run the wheels off them and pay the drivers to drive back and forth. So we need a facility in Beaufort to grow the Beaufort system. Well, that kind of grant you could put in for a facility, for curb cuts on the street, for bus shelters. I mean, if we have the local match money over here, we can put in that kind of project. And I was told that all you really need is to really define it well and get some political letter support, and you're good to go. I was told that by the FTA that we would certainly be able to get those kind of grants. So I see a future of where this could go, but you know.
Have you talked to John Tool, Commerce Park?
I've been to the Converge. He should, but when he talks about return on investment, I mean, we're looking at 20 cents on the dollar to build a facility, to build a transfer center downtown, if that's what you want, where people can wait, air conditioning, you know, buses come and go, you know, at the size you want. And, you know, I'm not gonna come in and say, oh, it's gotta be like this, or whoever follows me. You know, it's really about what the city and the county and the town of Port Royal want. And we're here to make that happen.
Thank you. Anyone else have any comments or questions? How about the public?
So, Phil, if I could jump in, we talked a bit about some sort of a continuous running trolley system, say Ladies Island, downtown, Beaufort, Burton, Port Royal, a continuous loop. So is that something that you could do the necessary studies to see if it's feasible, or if some of the money you talked about being devoted to North of the Broad could be used, then you would do the adjustments as necessary as dictated by the traffic demand?
That's an absolute yes. And our North of the Broad Master Plan Transit Study identifies all that, which is kind of why I researched, you see that, the trolleys, and that would be my pick for you guys. And I think it would really do well here. And part of developing that route is to have park and ride areas so people will park their cars and get out of the road.
Awesome, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Okay, next up is the Beaufort Area Hospitality Association.
So I hate starting the meeting off in a negative tone, but I'm really, really disappointed. Last year at strategic session, I asked for walk-up music, for themed walk-up music, and I really thought it would happen this year, so. I'm really,
What was the tune?
huh?
What's your walk-up?
Well, it should change every year, you know? I think that was jock jams or something for me, but yeah. My name is Ashley Hauk. I'm the president and CEO of the Beaufort Area Hospitality Association. I have had the opportunity to and the privilege to serve the association as president and CEO for the last 6 years. It is an absolute honor to represent our hospitality businesses. This here is a picture of Fish Camp. They had won the Shrimp Festival, best local shrimp in our area, and that's them in their boat and all our wonderful hospitality employees. So today I want to talk about 3 things: who we are, what we focus on, and where we see opportunity moving forward. So who we are. At its core, BAHA, Beaufort Area Hospitality Association, exists to support the people and businesses that make Beaufort special. So supporting local businesses, advocacy and community leadership, collaboration and partnership building, event creation, economic activation, and economic development and industry growth, supporting local tourism. So out of these few things here, I have a favorite. Supporting local businesses. I would consider that my absolute favorite thing that I do within my career. I'm a tomboy. You might not see it through the heels and the makeup and all that stuff, but I grew up a tomboy and I was never a cheerleader. But I will say now I'm a cheerleader and I love doing that for our local businesses because they need it the most, especially in the current climate that we have, macroeconomic issues, all the way down to local issues. So when I talk about businesses, I'm not talking about your large corporate businesses. I'm talking about the ones that are niche and special to our area. The Saltises, the Plums, the RLB distilleries. They are what give us our identity, and they're just as important as historical buildings, bridges, infrastructure, if not more important. So in supporting our local businesses, I love to collaborate. And one major program that we developed was with Beaufort Memorial Hospital. And we developed the Direct Primary Care Initiative. So within our industry, it is highly an issue whenever it comes to healthcare. Mental health illness is the worst within our industry, and we wanted to mitigate this. We needed to be able to provide some type of program that helps our local businesses that are in that industry. So this is a concierge style medicine program that is $50 a month. You have 30 plus visits. It's a phenomenal program and clinic that BMH has offered. And now that's open to the public. So it's not just the hospitality industry. It might serve someone that is in a position that they don't receive healthcare. That's going strong. We're really, really proud of that win. We can skip this. I already talked about all that. Yeah, big love for small business. You know, like I said, I love being a cheerleader and I love getting to know all of these faces. This is the Alvin Ords crew. Some of these people here in this image have been with Alvin Ords for 30 plus years. So when you go in, don't just order your sandwich, say thank you, hello, get to know these folks. They're great people. Fun.
Leave something in the tip jar for them.
Yeah, leave something in the tip jar. Good one. So whenever it comes to advocacy, this is my chairman. His name is Nick Borgini. He owns Alvin Ords. He also owns Shellring Ale Works. He's a commercial property business owner as well, and he owns Scratch Italian Kitchen. He is a phenomenal asset to our community, and he's a great mentor to me and a great leader. So whenever we talk about advocacy, we talk about taking the weight off of our business owners. They can't be everywhere and do all the things. They're inundated with scheduling, staffing issues, regulations, rising costs, you know, all of these various things that affect them as a business owner. So that's where I come in. If I can take that off of them and tie information to them as a business owner so that they know what's going on within the community. So whenever it comes, still go back, sorry. So whenever we talk about advocation, so we talk about local, state, and federal. So on a federal level right now, our conversations are revolving around American wild-caught shrimp. And I'm sure everybody in this room is aware now of Shrimpgate. They just released testing out of Myrtle Beach, and then they retested Charleston, and it went down to a 77 percentile from a 90-some percentile. So people are still not, they're still not getting the message. They're still serving this crap imported shrimp. And while I'm so passionate about that is that our watermen and our local seafood is part of our identity whenever I'm talking about those small businesses. So Captain Craig Reeves, he owns Seagull Marketplace. He has watched his infrastructure decline. And the reason for that is because of the mass imported shrimp that drops the bottom dollar. They cannot compete with that. So we are losing this infrastructure. And then what happens is we have an expectation, Rob Wells touched on it, a visitor's expectation as well as a local expectation. We want to offer an authentic experience. And whenever you are serving imported shrimp, but you have a shrimp boat on your menu, or you're saying that it's local, you know, we need to be better. So as an industry, we want to gather all of those partners around the table so that we're collectively supporting one another. One program that we have developed is with USCB, Dr. Ritchie, I believe she was mentioned earlier, and Dr. Emily Webb. And this is a testing process that we will go in and we will evaluate a restaurant that chooses to be evaluated, and they're going to get a gold standard sticker. That's "We serve local shrimp. We're proud. We serve American wild caught shrimp." It's called "Only from Our Waters." We've consulted with Seed, who's the company that does the testing, and we're really, really excited about that. And I think that you will see this program duplicated across all areas of the country, from East Coast clear down to the Gulf Coast. So look out for that. We work with the Shrimp Festival, Downtown Operations. We do the culinary aspect of that, and we think that this coordinates very well with who we are as a community. And then, you know, as far as statewide, so today, Brian Jones, who is the vice president of the Southern Shrimp Alliance, and then Captain Craig Reeves, he went to the agriculture to testify for the state of South Carolina today, and they introduced a bill, HB 4248, and this is a labeling law. So there is some legislation on labeling, but not necessarily this intact, that on a menu, on a package, it has to state that is imported from Indonesia, you know, so that it states that it's American wild caught, so that we're aware of consumers. We think that this is like one step forward that's going to help the industry. And then local advocacy, you know, this is where we gather input from partners. We want to get information to our local leaders so that they know what's going on within the community. We know you all can't be all, do all. And so that's where the collaborative nature comes in. So our goal is never conflict. I want to be clear there. Whenever I send you the emails, whenever I talk to you, Scott, it is never about conflict. It's to provide informed perspective. So decisions consider economic impact alongside community goals. And I wrote that down so that I wouldn't forget that, because I think that's an impactful statement. We're also working with the National Restaurant Association on the liquor liability. I'm sure everyone has seen that come out. The waters were very muddy. Now they're semi-muddy. Our partners are getting hit with a $45 per person license that they have to get through SurfSafe, which is really unfortunate, because now they're having to put that cost back into you know, their operating budget, and it's really concerning, but we're working on that to see if we can get some bulk licenses. And then I put the ripple effect up here, and I wrote down a quote Colin Powell stated: "Perpetual optimism is a force multiplier. The ripple effect of leaders' enthusiasm is awesome." And I often think about the work that I do. I feel like I am a very small pebble, but even the smallest pebble causes ripples within the water. And I think that every single person in this room, as far as strategic partners, are causing ripples. But us together, we proved to create massive waves. And that is incredibly important, that we all are those gears and we interlock and we collaborate. And I'll talk about collaboration here in a minute. Here you go. So, economic activation and events. These are just a few images from some of the events that we do. Magical Beaufort Christmas, Sip and Stroll, Beaufort Oyster Festival, the 5K. Several years ago, I sat down with Rob Wells, who is a data guru, and he stated January is a problem. He said, it dips, it crashes so incredibly bad. Our businesses struggle. What can we do to situate ourselves to elevate January? And so today, January looks a lot different. We have established New Year's Eve fireworks. Those have been contributing to increased overnight stays, which is substantial. Tides to Tables Restaurant Week, the Oyster Festival, micro events. We had a new one this year called Salt. That was a week. So we were putting together almost 3 weeks of activity in January that never existed. And people are coming down. They're escaping that winter weather, you know, where we think, oh, down here, you know, it's been freezing the last 2 days. People are escaping down here to get to this weather, you know, and we need to leverage that. So, and then the data from Beaufort Oyster Festival really tells an important story. So this past year, 12% of attendees came from hotels out of nearly 6,000 people. So you can do the math. And then Friday and Saturday occupancy was up a combined 23%. So that engine that we have created is continually showing. It works. People want to come here. They want to eat oysters. They want to, dive into this low country culture. So with thoughtful activation, we can create dependable economic drivers, and that is very, very important. So I saw a bird today. I saw a bird today. You saw one today?
I saw one too.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a bald eagle. And I was going across the Broad River Bridge, and there's an American flag that someone put up. Yeah. Thank you for asking. That's communication right there. And we need more of that, not just conversations that lead to nowhere. Thank you for asking me that. It meant a lot to me to see that bald eagle today and that flag waving. And it was just such a majestic, moment and experience. And it started my day off right. So I appreciate the conversation. Thank you. Collaboration and communication means so much to me. And I've built, you can go, Sean, sorry, I'm not. Yeah, there we go. Means so much to me because my organization would not exist without that. We use every single tool we can to get strategic partners, our businesses, the community, the county, and everyone together to sit around the table. I never thought as a hospitality association that I would be working with Beaufort Memorial. That didn't make sense to me at the time. Or that I would be working with USCB scientists to develop a shrimp testing program. I'm from the mountains of West Virginia. I never tasted an oyster in my life. Now I'm developing an oyster, festival in the month of January. So thinking outside of the box, communicating, collaborating, it is so beneficial to every single person in this room and our community. And we do a disservice if we don't have these open-minded conversations. So none of this in this room works if we're not collaborating. You all inviting us here today, I've never been invited to some other municipalities, I will say that. So that's a start. And we appreciate that. We appreciate that you all are very open-minded about having conversations. You include me. I think there was an issue we had. You called me on a Sunday. I said, what did I do? I didn't do anything. But I appreciate that. And I appreciate council always being receptive to conversations. And like I said, it's never about conflict. It's about us progressing forward and doing something in a positive manner to make sure our economy and our businesses are doing well. So, Northern Beaufort County, I think we are incredibly dynamic. We're a massive county, but I serve Northern Beaufort County. Business to business, nonprofit to industry, organizations to local government, and communities across Beaufort, Port Royal, and Sea Islands and beyond. That is our role, is to connect all of that. And a perfect example is those beautiful New Year's Eve fireworks. The city doesn't fund those. They happen in the city, but the county aid tax does. But we are one large unit. Success doesn't come from focusing on one area alone. It comes from seeing the county as an interconnected ecosystem. Whether we're at Fripp, Shell Ring, or any other small independent business, the health of one partner affects the health of all of the various regions. And that includes the strategic partners in this room right now. Go ahead. So tourism and economic reality, it's not just an amenity, it is an engine and it works. The work that Rob Wells does is substantial. The investment that goes into him that is returned, it is an engine that works. And we need to completely foster and continue providing him with support that he needs. And that is part of what I do. We have some macroeconomic issues that are affecting our businesses. Rob touched on that. I'm not going to go into that, in great detail, but the tariffs affected our businesses. The government shutdown, we saw many numerous things that shifted. So we just need to be in tune with those. And I want to be here to let you all know what's going on. So investment in tourism isn't just about visitors, it's about sustaining the local businesses that define Beaufort's identity. I don't think I need to say any more. We all know tourism is important to our area. Go ahead. So, I hope you all enjoyed all the fun pictures. I wanted to bring some positivity, you know, even though I didn't get my walk-up song into the room tonight. Because in every one of these pictures, you see passion. You see it from my association, my staff. We got Campfire Tyler, Dr. Webb, we got Fripp Island Resort, Dr. Ritchie, we got TCL here, Mike McCombs with the press. And this was Shrimp Festival. And this is why I love my job right here. I really do. And I have so much passion for this industry. And it's heavy sometimes. It's heavy when I have partners call and they state that, you know, they're having a bad year or they're having a bad month. And that's a lot to hold. But I continue going and I continue moving my gear. So looking forward, our focus remains clear, supporting small businesses, strengthening them, giving them the resources that they need, advocating for policies, you know, and sometimes those conversations are rough. You know, I want a social district 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 10. I think that makes sense. Would love to see that happen, but I also am understanding in certain capacities. So it's not always about that conflict. I'm just doing my job and representing who I am. Expanding collaborative partnerships. If there's anyone in the room that has not collaborated with me, it might not make sense, but I'm sure we could find some common ground. And I want to know about your organization. I want to know about what you do and how we can work together. Sometimes you need event space, you need a restaurant or a caterer. I can also do that. We have a long list of great partners. And then creating that meaningful economic activation, I think is really important. Oyster Festival, what it has done for our area and what it shines on our area as far as our watermen and the culture and the heritage of the oyster. And then last but not least here, the truth is none of us can do this alone. Not the city, not the county, not the nonprofits, the stakeholders, and not the businesses. But together we can create something powerful. A small ripple is still a ripple. And when everyone is creating ripples, we become one massive wave of success, like I said earlier. So thank you for your time, your partnership, and your collaboration. I value each and every one of you.
You're welcome.
We got your walk up.
I like that, my walk off music. Okay, yeah, taking
Yeah,
care of
you can
business. Yeah, I love it.
Any questions for Ashley?
Well, no question, because you answered the question that I had, and I forgot about your walk-up song there, but I did remember last year when we had our strategic session, you said, and this stood out to me because I didn't know this, but the hospitality industry is the #1 industry affected by mental health. And I think at that time you were sitting with Beaufort Memorial to talk about your initiative or your program, put something together. It sounds like you did, and it sounds like it's been a success. So I'm happy to hear that. Also happy to hear that you're working on shrimp testing and a gold standard for restaurants. Would love to learn more about that. And if there's any way that we could be of assistance, I know that I would support that. So thanks for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Can I ask anybody else? Anybody from the public? Yes, sir.
Yes, Jared Madison, excuse me, 268 Holmes Road. Thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate it. I actually work downtown. I wanted to put you in a couple points. So for slow season, I think that collectively there's this unconscious agreement that we have a slow season.
Yeah.
So that's around November to we're coming out of it right now. Now, we don't have many events that I'm aware of in January, February. We did see the Beaufort Film Festival, which brought more people in, and of course Valentine's Day. Now we're getting back in the warmer season, so we're going to see an influx of more people. But I believe there's an opportunity here during that span from November until February to create a space where we facilitate growth in that aspect. So our weather is warmer. So we have the Waterfest in the summertime, but I think that we're lacking major events that we could incubate that time period to take away that perceived slow season. And that was something that the tourist industry health presentation, they went over too. So you see that variance, but it's like, can we mitigate that variance by having an incubation period specifically for there where we invest more time, energy, money, love, and effort into that specific time period?
Well, that was our goal with Oyster Festival, which was in January. So I'm not sure if maybe you didn't see the advertising for that. And then we also invest in Beaufort Magical Christmas That is in partnership with Downtown Operations. Artist Sunday is something that occurs in November, Thanksgiving weekend. And then we move that energy through December. I think Night Out in the Town is a great event that draws people downtown. Y'all are probably really busy. I know that this year we had some weather issues. And then, like I said, New Year's Eve. One thing with New Year's Eve is that some of the businesses do close early because I think that they are set in that, occurrence. They just have always been set in their ways. And so we're trying to break that and say, hey, look, we're bringing overnight here. People expect that, have that expectation. And then moving into Salt's restaurant, we do restaurant week. I think, what restaurant are you with? Saltus, okay, yeah. So Saltus participated in Restaurant Week, which is the Tides to Tables, and then moving into Oyster Festival. Oyster Festival is something that is during the day. So we want to draw in overnight on Friday, Saturday is the festival, Sunday is the festival, but we want people to go out and dine that weekend. So we are doing that. Hopefully you've seen that, and maybe you haven't, but the numbers are stating that we are seeing a major lift there.
Okay, so
Yeah.
and I appreciate that as well.
Yeah.
So for the politics, we didn't do Restaurant Week this year. And then we had a wine tasting that we didn't do as well. Some of the events that are like the Oyster Fest, if it's food related events, like the restaurant stuff are a little bit more, like something like the Water Fest. So our biggest night of the year, especially during that slow season, which is such a blessing, is Night on the Town.
Yeah.
If we had one more event similar to that brought people out, because that's our, so give you an example, like we'll have during slow season, our reservations for per night might be like 80, right?
Yeah.
During something like Night on the Town, it'll be like 200. And 200 is about the average you'll see during the summertime. So that's what I'm saying, like, that's the numbers that I would like to see us push for. I think there's the politics and the mechanism behind getting that going, but I'd like to see it push for that. And the second thing is that we talked about the alcohol classes.
Yes.
So actually the employees all have to pay for it. And so that's kind of, I believe, just from like hearsay and listening to my coworkers, it's like, I feel like we need more advocacy for us, because like we feel like, oh, well, we didn't do anything, and it's the state that's charging us another tax on top of going to work for doing our job. I think it can be beneficial. More knowledge is beneficial in any sense, I believe, but we are the ones still paying for that cost.
It's absolutely ludicrous. And I know that some employers are paying full, partial, full employees. It's all, discretionary. I do have a call with National Restaurant Association on Thursday to get a bulk license. So I'm not sure what that looks like and what that number looks like, but that is something that, we are going to try for as an application piece. That's not only for the businesses, but if you're individually paying, you'd still be open to that. So say a $45 per class, maybe we can get that down to 20. I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, but make sure you're following us on social media, and then I'd love to get your information.
That's for sure. One more.
Yeah.
Okay, great. As members of council and staff know, I recently did a parking research study for employee parking. I also have a pilot program that I'm kind of waiting to see what council wants to do with it, but that's a large gap in the morale of the downtown employees, because they don't have a place to park, and they also feel like their voice isn't heard and no one is taking them seriously. As far as advocating for employee parking, is that something that you feel like
Absolutely.
you have a passion for?
We need more parking in downtown. That's where I stand. I know that not everyone agrees with me on that, but I think that is at the forefront, especially when we have the infrastructure issues that we have right now. We had the road closure, we have waterfront park issues and everything. So we're seeing all of these issues that are dictating people from not coming down. Social district is something that I strongly support, as I've mentioned. So, I think that people in this day and age want accessibility. There is a reason that people are lined up to go into TJ Maxx and Hobby Lobby, because we want instant gratification as a society. We can get on our phones and boom, do things. I could literally work from my phone. So we want that in all areas of our lives. And that is parking, being able to park right outside the door of a restaurant. So whenever you're going downtown, you don't have that accessibility. So we have to fight that narrative. And whether that's a trolley, a fun trolley, a parking garage, I don't know what that is, or something that gives back to the employees. If it existed, I would definitely support any type of parking area for employees, because y'all are my number one priority when it comes to, you know, what I do is the businesses and the employees. So
Okay.
would love to chat with you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that.
Anyone else?
I just make a brief comment. Joe Mackey, 209 Boundary. I would just say that, you know, most trips in the car are shorter as opposed to longer. And the parking downtown, never much of a problem with the bicycle parking. You don't see much biking on Ladies Island. I would surely donate a bike rack or two if make it easier downtown, but you can always lock your bike just about anywhere. You don't really need a bike rack. I've been on some wild bike rides commuting in almost all hours of the night when I was younger. Froze my butt off, you name it. I understand, you know, some people don't feel safe on a bicycle. But something to think about with the Jared's solution for the employee parking with the cars. And of course, a lot of people want to take the car, I understand. But if you see more people biking, especially on Ladies Island, the more you see of an activity, the chances you'll think of that, you know, maybe should I ride the bike or whatnot? Thank you.
And if you don't have a bike, you don't know, Joe has a shop right there on Boundary. I don't know if he gave that away or not.
I would love to see more bike racks downtown.
Also on a lighter note, New Year's Eve, you could have an oyster drop instead of a ball drop.
Yeah, I saw that there's in Louisiana, they do an oyster drop. So we might have to do like a seafood drop with a shrimp, an oyster, you know, a crab. Yeah, they do crab drop in at fish camp. So,
Greg Reeves.
yeah, we'll do a shrimp boat drop.
Have a bucket of frog-
We would love to grow New Year's, so to be like, you know, what Jared said is a substantial event. It's just funding, of course. It's very difficult and, you know, things take time, so.
Have a big plate of Frogmore stew drop.
There we go. Okay. Thank you all so much.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Next, we have the National Park Service.
Won't be able to.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor, Council, everybody. I'm gonna be fast. I'm gonna try to be really fast. You guys have I have a killer agenda tonight, so we're gonna see how quickly we can get through this. Thank y'all for having me. This is just our 2026 update. I just want to talk through some of the things that we did in 2025 and what we're looking forward to doing in 2026 as reconstruction near National Historical Park and the National Historic Network. Two things before I get started is I'm going to be focusing on our downtown operations, the things that directly impact the city. So some of the statistics and things are not necessarily encompassing of our whole operation, but I tried to be specific to what's going on in the city of Beaufort. And then also all of my statistics are by fiscal year, and our federal fiscal year runs October to September. So when we're talking about 2025, that ended in September, not in December. We saw an increase in visitation. I'm hearing some other numbers from the CVB, but we're off the charts. We broke 30,000 as in total this year. Our visitation for downtown was almost 17,000, and that's up 25% over 2024 for us. Just in downtown, overall, we had an almost 12% increase in visitation. So we have been making numbers, as you can see there. The green line is the downtown, is our downtown operation. Our St. Helena operation is down a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see what this year brings for us. We keep track of all of the formal programming that we do. This is a snapshot of our downtown formal programming. We had almost 2,500 folks participate in a general walking tour that leaves from our visitor center on Craven Street and tends to stay in that Craven Street corridor.
Occasionally, our programs will cross Carteret and we document those separately. So that's the first number you see there. We had a few folks that were on a general walking tour that the park ranger that was leading the tour happened to enter the point. We track those numbers separately. We do some, when it's raining or cold or those sorts of things, we have a few indoor programs and then Junior Rangers are our children's focused programming. We have a very high rate of formal program engagement. National Park Service wide, about 5% of visitors participate in a formal interpretive program. For us, we have about 18%, and that number for downtown is even higher. It's about 25% of our visitors to the visitor center downtown participate in a formal interpretive program, as opposed to just walking through and looking at exhibits. This year we debuted a new Junior Ranger handbook in August, and we also put on a summer lecture series, which we had over 100 attendees over 4 lectures, 3 of which were held downtown. The 4th was out at Darrell Hall in St. Helena. We collaborated with the Conroy Center and the county to put some interpretive wayside exhibits in the little park that's outside of the Conroy Center, so you may see those. And then I want to move into some of our facility projects. We did quite a few this year in downtown. We added hurricane shutters to our facility to our learning center at 913 West Street, help us protect the building. I think they turned out really great. You almost don't see them, which is really lovely. I'm really happy with the results on that. We also conducted an archaeological inventory at 913 West Street. This is to help us determine if there are nationally significant archaeological resources on the property. And if so, how we would avoid those should we say need to do ground disturbing activities like water line work or things like that. We should have the final report of that pretty soon. That'll be filed with the state. We also set up a small experimental interpretive garden. So always looking for volunteer gardeners if anybody's interested. And so you can see some of our gains there. And then we did some stabilization work on the cupola at 706 Craven Street at our visitor center, old firehouse. We have very leaky roof. This is an interim stabilization until we have funding for a full roof replacement. We also replaced the gutters. It had some aluminum and some copper gutters, and we went back with half-round copper gutters around the entire building. Also to help us deal with our water issues there. Plan for 2026, and this is the glamour shot of some of our maintenance folks. I love this photo. We have some window stabilization work also to do on 706 Craven. This is going to be similar to the cupola. This is just to kind of get us through until we can do a full rehab or replacement. Those are not original windows. They're not in great shape, but currently water gets through them. So we're going to be doing some window work. These windows are coated in lead paint. So when we do move to this, then we'll have some sidewalk closures, some plastic sheeting to protect the public and make sure we're following lead renovation standards and that sort of thing when we do the work on these windows, especially given the area that this is in. We also have some future masonry work planned in 27, 28. And so we have some staff development to get those fine folks you saw in that glare shot up to speed. To be able to do some masonry work, mostly on the interior of this building, but some on the exterior. For visitor services in 26, we have in 25, we established formal education programming for school field trips at Darrell Hall and Pinckney Porter's Chapel in Port Royal. Doing formal field trips downtown is harder because of group sizes and flexibility of the space. So our goal this year is to develop a program that's ready for launch for the 2026-2027 school year. That is great for school kids, helps us emphasize our interpretive themes for the downtown area, and also is consistent with city requirements regarding bus parking, group size, all those sorts of things so that we can be consistent. Our daily operations, our visitor center is open 9 AM to 5 PM. That's a daily 7-day a week. We went to 7 days a week in 2024 for this facility. And then we typically offer guided interpretive programs, which is typically a walking tour Tuesday through Saturday, 11 and 2, and that'll continue in 2026. And that's the end. Any questions?
I'd say visitor, attendance is up.
Yeah.
Anyone from the public? Any comments, questions?
Got one actually. Have you done any demographics on where the people are coming from that don't do the tours?
We don't track that. We don't really have a way to track that.
Rob Wills, vaccinated.
Yeah, so, and a lot of our data we get on kind of anticipating what's gonna happen when we wander across the street and get that information from the CBB.
Any other comments or questions? Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all so much.
Okay, next up is Historic Beaufort Foundation.
Good evening, Lisa Sunderlow with Historic Beaufort Foundation. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with y'all tonight. And want to first tell you a little bit about Historic Beaufort Foundation. You can go to the next slide. We were established in 1965, and I'll tell you how that process happened a little bit later, but we were established in 1965 with the purpose to preserve and protect Beaufort's historic and architectural heritage. We're a 501c3 education and preservation organization. We are a membership organization, and our funding comes from membership and donations, as well as the events and programs that we have throughout the year to be able to support our operations and our programs annually. Okay. We follow 3 pillars, and those pillars are to protect, to preserve, and to educate. And when we talk about protect and preserve, we're not only talking about the architecture within our community, we're also the built environment. We're also talking about the history and the culture within our community, because there is so much rich history and rich oral history that's still available to us today. And it really is on all of us to be able to protect and preserve that so that we have it for the future, preserving the past for the future. All right, we can go on to the next one. The way that we work and educate throughout the community, a number of programs throughout the year. The John Mark Deere House is our landmark property. And if you have not been there, it is a fantastic representation of the Beaufort style of architecture. It was built circa 1804, and the building itself serves as a historic house museum today. And we're the only historic house museum open in Northern Beaufort County on a regular basis. So we're open Monday through Saturday within the downtown. And each year we welcome hundreds and thousands of folks through the Deere House as the front door to Beaufort, because a lot of times people find us first. As they're coming down Bay Street, they're looking for something to do, sometimes just to get out of the rain, sometimes to get out of the cold. But whatever it is, once we get them in there, we're able to educate them not only about Beaufort's rich history, but also about how an actual planter lived in the day and how a family was able to live through so many tragedies and so many opportunities that happened in Beaufort over the years. So if you have not been to the John Mark Deere House, I do encourage folks to come. Every year we welcome hundreds of students that come from across the state to learn about Beaufort's history. And we just also, I think we had at the house last week, the senior leadership program through USCB that came as a part. They come every single year. We have Rotary Club groups that come and do tours annually and bring folks with them. Residents from Dotog that come. But I think that the group that really is the most inspiring to us are the children. So we've developed a number of programs that get the kids involved hands-on to learn about history, scavenger hunts within the downtown area, scavenger hunts within the John Marvin Deer House. And when we do our summer school programs, which we call junior building detectives, the kids actually go out and they sketch buildings throughout the community. And then they come back and build their own buildings for the future. Now, last year, we had a student who built an airplane. But, you know, he built something and that was just as important. He wanted to do that, but he also recognized that he was going to have to build a landing pad at his home. So that was a part of the learning experience for him. But that knowledge sticks with him and it never changes. That when I go to the grocery store, I go somewhere downtown and one of the students just happens to come by, and we recognize students 3rd grade and up to be able to come and go through our educational programs. And someone recognizes me and points at me and says, "That mama, that's that architecture lady." You know, but it makes you feel good because they grasp what's going on and they've learned something that's going to stick with them for many years to come. We would not be able to do what we do without our volunteers. We have hundreds of volunteers who work with us throughout the year, as well as a very dedicated board of directors. As part of other educational programs, we do our winter lecture series. We've got 2 more coming up in the series this year, Thursday night at USCB, and the focus this year is on secession. So it's an exciting topic and we encourage y'all to come 5:30 on Thursday and then also 5:30 next Thursday, March 5th. So we're going to be getting into your welcome party just a little bit there. But we do encourage y'all to come. I know Mitch has come a number of times and we've greatly appreciated him coming to it. And we have the fortune to have Dr. John McCardle, Dr. Larry Rowland, and Dr. Steve Wise, who are a part of our efforts in donating their time to be able to bring this history. And over the last, we're in our 5th year now, through them offering, working with us on this program and partnering with USCB, we've been able to raise almost $150,000 through the lecture series that supports our operations. So it's been a tremendous success for us. The annual Fall Tour of Homes is recognized as one of the top events in the country. And if Rob were here, he'd tell you, fills in 70 hotel rooms when that happens. And those are made possible because of the gracious homeowners in our community who are willing to open their homes and for people to come in and learn about that architecture and learn about that history. Other programs we have coming up, March 21st is our Spring Architects Tour, and that is the only tour in the Low Country that offers a chance to look at contemporary architecture. So contemporary architecture that blends well within the Low Country community and contemporary architecture that our local architects create. And so this has been a tremendous draw for folks coming from across the country. A lot of architects, designers, builders come to get inspiration, but it's also an opportunity for the community to come and see what your neighbor's house looks like on the inside, right? So there's always those great opportunities as well. Go ahead to the next slide. Last year, we had the great opportunity to partner with the City of Beaufort and 64 other organizations and individuals who came together to help us celebrate the bicentennial of the Marquis de Lafayette's visit to Beaufort in 1825. And it was a tremendous weekend, a tremendous week of events that had occurred. What's that little thing that's down there? Shaughnessy. Okay. But it was a tremendous opportunity for us, and we greatly appreciate y'all's partnership in doing that. And I'm going to throw out a quick little tidbit as a surprise. We're going to be in partnership with Beaufort County 250th and the city going to be bringing Benjamin Franklin here for Carolina Days. So another one of the renowned interpreters from across the country. So we're thrilled to do that as well. And that's a part of our efforts for history. So definitely want to continue to encourage the community to get involved with these activities. Just a couple more shots showing it. Okay. So under our purview, we offer a number of programs and a number of activities. And one of those is our revolving fund and easement fund. And I'm going to talk to y'all a little bit more about how that works and how we got into that. But this is the Robert Smalls house. And I'm sorry that Laura just left. We actually just had a great meeting at the Robert Smalls house today with the National Trust for Historic Preservation, the National Park Service, First African Baptist Church, and Paul Kaiserling was a part of it, as was Michael Bulwer Moore. So we were thrilled to have them working together, all of us, to work towards programming and public opportunity with the house. So I think we're going to be hearing more about that, hearing more about public meetings going to be available for the community. HBF holds a historic and preservation and conservation easement on this house as a protection for it, to keep it from ever being demolished, to keep it forever from being altered in a negative way. So working in partnership with the National Trust and the National Park Service and the community, we're going to preserve this treasure. We can go on to the next one. Last year, we had the opportunity, very thrilled to be able to purchase the Mary Duncan house and the Mary Dunbar house, excuse me, circa 1910. It's at 1001 Green Street. Y'all have all seen it, right down Charles Street, right on the corner of Green and Charles. And this amazing home and the remarkable woman, Mary Dunbar, who made this her home for more than 40 years. It's something that we see as an opportunity to preserve and to be a catalyst for future redevelopment happening within our community. We plan to kick off work on the building in April, and we're excited to see that happen. First up will be stabilization, and then the porches will occur. And then also the back. The really cool thing that we're going to be doing with this house is it's in remarkably, let's say, clean shape for the age of this building, but it has at least 5 additions that happened over time to the building, as is typical, in Beaufort. We're going to preserve all of those. We're going to preserve the evolution and narrative of this house. And with our revolving fund, which has offered us so many opportunities over the years, we use that fund to save buildings that are in danger of being demolished. We use that fund to structurally stabilize those buildings and to improve the exterior of them. And then to refund the revolving fund, those buildings are sold to a very preservation-minded citizen family who will keep that property, and they will do the interior renovation on that property. This one might just be a little bit different because we're actually thinking about potentially moving our offices there. So we're going through all of that process and discussions right now, but it's right on the cusp of the Northwest Quadrant neighborhood. And this is a great opportunity to start just bringing in more influx and interest in sensitive revitalization within that area. Let's go ahead to the next one. All right, so what kicked off this vision and why we do what we do today? That's a shot in the 1940s of the John Mark Badier house, and then a shot of the house today. So that tells you that house went through a little bit, right? From 1804 until the 1940s. And it was in the 1940s that a number of folks came together. And Edie, were y'all living here at that time?
No, 68.
68 is when you came. Okay. So I was gonna ask you to jump in if I got something wrong about something. But Mike McPhee can also correct me on things.
It's not here, 19.
That doesn't mean that you don't matter. It doesn't mean that you don't. Well, the John Mark Badier house, as I said earlier, was built circa 1804 by John Mark Badier. John Mark Badier was a planter and a businessman. He worked for De Saussure out of Charleston. He had an office on Bay Street. It was mercantile business on Bay Street. And this house was built as a clear statement of his wealth. at that time. And it is, as I said earlier, a pristine example of the Beaufort style of architecture. Facing south, you've got an I format on the inside when you walk in with two rooms. And then the idea was the breezes would circulate through the house and help you with regard to those hot summer months. So the house is raised, it has a lower hipped roof, and all of those things work together architecturally by form to be able to create something that can only be found in Beaufort, South Carolina. And I'll point out some other houses that look like that today. But the idea that kicked off the modern preservation movement in Beaufort started because of this house. And the reason is a group of folks got together because guess what? It was slated for demolition to become a gas station. Right at that corner of Scott Street and Bay Street. And that was something that folks in the community rallied together and said, we don't want to see this happening. We've been seeing buildings get demolished over time. This building was still in the Verdier family. It was in the Verdier family from 1804 till the 1940s. They hadn't lived here since the Civil War. They fled like so many people did, and they went to Florida, they went up east, and then just the building turned into apartment rentals, a number of different things, a ton sorrel parlor. The corner was cut out at the bottom of the building for the Lafayette Cafe because there had always been the story that in 1825, John Mark Verdier, who was a French Huguenot, had of course invited the Marquis de Lafayette to come into the house, and he stood up on the balcony and welcomed the folks of Beaufort as he came with his procession. Well, if it didn't happen, we recreated it last March, so now we can say that it absolutely did happen. It's a great story. So it's been called the Lafayette House for more than 130 years. So kind of exciting for that. Well, let's move on. So that group of folks who purchased the John Mark Verdier house, and some of you may remember the names, Howard Danner, Lucy Hall, the Hugenbooms were a part of it at that time, and Mayor Henry Chambers were instrumental in making the saving of the Verdier house happen. Henry wasn't mayor at that time yet, but he was actively involved in what was going on within the community. So the second item that started to concern the community about what's happening to our historic properties was the old Sea Island Hotel. And the Sea Island Hotel, which was built in 1820 and then remodeled in 1872 as a hotel, it was previously a home, seated right where the Best Western Sea Island Inn is today. That building was raised in the 1950s for the purpose of building the Best Western Sea Island Inn. So you can go to the next slide. Now, the Best Western Sea Island Inn, built in the 1950s, is now an example of mid-century modern architecture. And it has a history in its own right. If we had been around at the time that this occurred, we would have figured out what to do differently. And one of the things that we're able to do with our revolving fund is purchase a property and relocate it. And we've done that a number of times in our community to save historic properties. To the next slide. I know Edie remembers this picture. Do any of y'all, are y'all familiar with this picture from 1962?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so this project was slated for development, 11 stories, to be an apartment / hotel for seniors. At the time, it was approved to be built at that location, and which is right at the front of the marina parking lot along Bay Street. If that had happened in Beaufort in 1962, what would we look like today?
Myrtle Beach.
Daytona or Myrtle Beach? You're exactly right. And, you know, Edie can probably tell us a little bit of history as to how it didn't happen.
I wasn't here in 62.
Did you have to come
I was here.
68. Well, what we understand is the community came together and did not want to see this project happen. And it was in one more of those items that sparked the preservation movement within the community. And it was soon after that that Historic Beaufort Foundation was formed. Let's go to the next.
That's Stack the Shack.
Stack a Shack.
Yeah.
That's what we'll call it, Stack a Shack. Getting back to protect, preserve, educate. The pictures that you see here and some others that I'm going to show you are those that have been saved through our efforts with our revolving funds and are preserved with our easement program going forward and protected. Let's go to the next. It was in 1972 that the Anchorage was slated for demolition to become a gas station. Apparently we needed a lot of gas stations because we didn't get the one where the Bedear House was, right? And so they decided that that was going to be the location where it was going to go. Well, HBF joined with, again, the city of Beaufort. Henry Chambers at that time actually helped us with chairing our fundraising committee. Let's go to the next one. Because two buildings were in danger. This one to be demolished, which is the William Wigg Barnwell House, and it was located at the corner of, I believe it was Scott and Prince Street. I'm not going to name who the property belonged to after that, but the folks, they wanted to demolish it for expansion of one of the organizations in the community, and it wasn't the city of Beaufort, but they wanted to expand it. So Helen Harvey, who was at that time chairman of Historic Beaufort Foundation, she and Henry Chambers became co-chairs of the fundraising effort to start our revolving fund. And they went out across the community. You can go to the next
Before you move on, I was on the street watching that happen from Prince.
There you go, something, that's it. Yeah, and, okay, Eric, I'm gonna ask you to read it because I'm blind.
Every time that part?
Yeah.
Every dime we spend in preserving historic Beaufort is a step in solidifying our community to create an economic asset that will be beneficial to your children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren for years to come. I know that you want to share this very worthwhile effort, and I'm using this means to approach you to solicit earnestly your support. $50 a year or $4.25 per month to do this job is certainly worthy of your consideration.
The finances between 72.
That's exactly right. But it was thanks to Henry and it was thanks to Helen working together that we were able to raise the funds to actually purchase the Anchorage, which we did, saved the Anchorage, and then were able to keep it from demolition and hold it for a preservation-minded citizen to then purchase the property. And with the case of the William Wigg Barnwell House, we were able to actually save that building from demolition and have it moved to its current location on King Street. And as a result, interestingly enough, y'all are familiar with Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil. Jim Williams purchased the house and fully renovated the house. So pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, so we've also done, it's not just the grand houses and not the grand activities, but also worked within the community, the Northwest Quadrant, the Old Commons area, to make sure that we preserve some of those very distinct and important parts of our architectural history and our historic narrative. This one is the McGrath Shepherd House, and it's located at 807 North Street. At the time, the property was owned by a local family, but they just did not have the funds to keep the house up, and it had been neglected since the 1970s. So we stepped in, got a grant from the Archives and History for $30,000. Then we went out and raised an additional $60,000. Put that together, went to the Shepherds, and we leased the property from them. So this was one we didn't purchase, we leased it, and then did the exterior stabilization and renovation on the property, rebuilding the porch and also the back of the building, which was falling off at the time. So there's a number of ways that we're able to be creative in using our funds. Let's go to the next one. Thank you. All right, so this is the Richard Washington House. It's located at 814 Charles. And in the 1980s, it was damaged horribly by a fire that occurred at that time. And so HBF purchased it in the 1990s to prevent it from being demolished. And then we used our revolving fund monies to restore the double piazza or two-story porch on the front of the house, and also to make all the other structural and necessary improvements on the exterior of the home. And then we sold it to, again, preservation-minded citizens with an easement to protect their property. While we had it, and our intent at the time was the same as with the Mary Dunbar house now, the idea was that it be a catalyst for future development to happen along that corridor. And we did not realize until we had purchased the house, done all the deed search on it, that Richard Washington was one of Beaufort's first African-American attorneys. So a very prominent family, very prominent gentleman in our community. Okay, next one. This is the Shine store on Bladen Street. And at the time, it was in really deteriorating shape. And so HBF stepped in and we purchased the building and we stabilized the structure. We fixed the windows, redid the front of the building, and sold it to a couple who turned it actually into a residence on the interior. And so that is actually a residence along Bladen Street. Yep. Next one. This is the Thomas Young house. And Thomas Young was an African-American laborer who worked within our community, very skilled laborer. He and his family built the house, and that around 1890. And when we got engaged with this project in around 2005, 2006 with the property, it was an opportunity for us to make a big difference along that particular block on Duke Street. And so we were able to, with a generous donation of $100,000, be able to work with that. And Allison Ramsey Architects donated their architectural services to help with the renovation. And the building is there today and just a great testament to the history, and is lovingly lived in and cared for with it, and has an easement on it. Right, move to the next. So now this one is an interesting story, y'all, and it really tells what's going on right now within our district. This happens to be 508 Duke Street. Dolly Nash, who was the great-great-granddaughter of Robert Smalls, in 2006, when she passed away, she left the house to Historic Beaufort Foundation. And her intent for leaving it to Historic Beaufort Foundation was for us to stabilize it, take care of it, and keep it as an opportunity for traveling scholars to be able to come and stay at that location and learn about Robert Smalls, learn about the community right next to USCB. So terrific opportunity. Well, you think it is. And then we found out that there were 14 heirs who were contesting the will. So over a 14-year period is how long it took for all of us to come together and to agree that, yes, they wanted to sell the building. They didn't want it to be kept as Dolly had intended, but to sell it. And then all of the 14 received 65% of the sale. So we were never able to recoup with our revolving fund any of the monies that we had put in, over $100,000, to do the exterior improvements and interior improvements to this particular structure, unfortunately. But now it is lovingly cared for by a local couple who have taken care of it. But interestingly enough, the very last of the 14 who needed to sign off on it, our board chairman flew all the way to Texas to get a signature. The gentleman happened to be incarcerated at the time. So he was able to get that taken care of, and we were able to move forward with that project. So let's go to the next one. Back to the Mary Dunbar house. So that's where we are today with specifically what we're doing. We're so glad to be back into the business of caring for these properties. We were able to build our revolving fund back up. And we're lucky enough to have the opportunity to purchase this building and to be able to tell the remarkable story of Mary Dunbar. Mary moved here early on from Hampton, and she and her husband lived in the community, raised their children. And in the 1960s, Mary, who was middle-aged at that time, her children all grown up, had started Beaufort's first African-American flower shop, Dunbar Flowers. And so some folks may remember that in the community. And it was actually catty-corner to this building was where she lived and had her flower shop at the same time. And she bought this building in 1962, and this was a big statement for her. And she also recognized, as an African-American woman, she was divorced, but at that time, divorce wasn't something that was well accepted within the community. So she preferred to say she was widowed because her ex-husband passed away soon after the divorce. So that, was a part, makes you think about, what was life like during that time and difficulty. But Mary didn't just live in this building. She recognized that folks around the community needed help too. So she purchased other property within the district to serve as rental property. And she also helped businesses that were in the community by purchasing property or helping them pay their rent, things like that, so that the rest of the community would be able to survive. And I think it's a great testament to the community. She came to HBF first in 2016 when she was in her 90s and said that she couldn't take care of the house anymore. She was with her niece who was from Florida, and she said, but I want to see it preserved and protected. Well, unfortunately, she wasn't able to see that through. She passed away at the age of 100 in 2019, and we worked with her niece and nephew to be able to acquire the house. They came to us directly last year and said, we would love for y'all to be able to own this house. So we're hopefully gonna do her proud. Okay, so we'll go on to the next with that. So what I want to talk to you today about is not asking for any kind of funding for HBF. I don't know that I've ever come to you, or if they ever in the past had done that. But what I do want to do is to get y'all to recognize that we still have problems within the district. And specifically, we've got houses that are on the city's internal vacant and dilapidated list. We surveyed, working in partnership with the city's planning department, almost 30 of those properties over the last couple of years, looking at what could be done with them, what were the issues, putting them into categories, and trying to come up with some solutions that would work. And the best solution that we've seen, and it actually is just across the pond, is Bluffton's repair program, neighborhood repair program. And I wanted to give y'all a quick update on how that's been working, because I still think it's a really great model for us to look at within the community. And they started the program in 2022 with $150,000 from the city's general fund, and it's operated by their planning department. And they have now, since that time, given $300,000 in grants out in the community and completed, I believe it's 17 properties now. And their properties can be either vacant, they don't have to be owner occupied, but they do need to meet certain criteria in order for them to work. And their criteria would be a little bit different than our criteria, but just want to explain. One, they have to be a contributing property, so within their historic district format. They do have to follow and meet through the preservation guidelines that they have in Bluffton. They cannot be listed for sale. That's a critical piece, so that it's not something that somebody's trying to flip and make look better, before they do that. Instead, the owner has to be willing to be able to accept an easement on the property, because the city puts an easement on the property after the work is done. And what the city gives you is a grant. And that grant is based on what the work to do is. So it could have been the foundation, it could have been the roof, could have been the windows. They do not do anything on the interior of the property, only the envelope is what they work with their program. Each year, the city has continued to fund it with $150,000, including this year. So it's, they also do a commercial program as well, which offers some additional uses that can happen with the commercial property and restrictions. But the other piece that they threw in there for the residential properties was a grant to be able to clear the property or clear the lot, or to plant trees or landscaping there to do something good with it. And so I think there are some opportunities through our historic district task force that y'all just set up for us to work jointly and come up with some solutions as to how we can start a very similar repair program within our community that I think a number of folks would put funds in to create a pool so that it would not have to lie solely on the city's back to be able to make that happen. But I just want us to note, as we see all of this opportunity happening with our community, with new development, new infill development, buildings being demolished, which we can never replace within our community, we've got probably 100 of these properties within our downtown area that we could be putting back into use to be long-term affordable housing opportunities in our community. And this is something that I would hope the whole community would get behind to be able to make that happen for us. Let's go on to the next one, the rallying cry. So this was the ribbon cutting at the John Mark Badier House when it opened in 1975 as actually the only historic house museum in all of Beaufort County at that time. Well, that rallying cry is what we need in our community to kind of build up the interest in, let's make sure that we're preserving that tangible history, that oral history again within our community. And I do want to leave you with a couple of last slides here. And go ahead, John, thank you. This building's out of context with what I've been talking to you about completely. Over the last month, the city has had a public comment period for a new proposed development to happen at King Street and Bladen Street. And there's a lot of questions in the community as to, is this the right type of architecture? This is a part of the Bladen Street redevelopment area. And the city, as it was 2008, 2006, I'm not sure when the redevelopment area exactly was established. But the intent was, of course, to incentivize development to happen along that corridor, the Bladen Street corridor, which is a mixed-use corridor, residential and commercial along that street. Not every property, though, is a part of the redevelopment area. So, for example, the property right across from it opted out of being a part of the redevelopment area. But the challenge when you have architecture that comes into your community that is sort of any town, any place USA, is that you start to lose that very fabric that makes Beaufort. And, in this particular case, some people may absolutely love this structure, and it's a 4-unit townhouse. Some people may absolutely love that and think that that's, great for the community. But then there's, a whole nother group of folks who say, no, it really doesn't fit into our community and into, how we envision our community and the fabric of the downtown. So the discourse is important. The conversation is important. And I appreciate the city having the public comment period so that folks could offer their comments with regard to this property and any others that folks may want to comment about. We can move to the next slide. Yeah, and I want to leave you, actually go to the last one, the very last one. I want to leave you with this picture again and the knowledge of what's been done over the years. We have renovated, purchased, sold, moved almost 20 properties within the downtown area over the years. And now we've got the Mary Dunbar House, and we have right now 27 easements and 5 covenants protecting those properties within our downtown area and historic district. And we recognize that without those efforts of our predecessors and without those efforts that we continue today, that Beaufort would be a very different place. So thank you so much for your support and your partnership. It's greatly appreciated.
Appreciate it. I guess we'll move ahead. Beaufort Digital Corridor.
Well, Sean's team the slides up. Good evening, everyone. I know I've met several of you, but I'm Rich Conti. I've been a member of the Beaufort Digital Corridor Board for almost 5 years now, and I'm currently serving as the board chair. And appreciate the opportunity to represent the BDC here tonight. And of course, want to thank you for the support I see you've provided over the years. For anyone that's not already familiar with the Beaufort Digital Corridor, our mission is to grow the local tech economy into a viable third leg of Beaufort's economy. We know military, we know tourism, technology is potentially, or tech industry is potentially that third leg. And we do this through education, incubation, and creating an environment that can attract tech employment opportunities and investment. Now, in the past, the BDC has been represented at this activity by our former executive director, Jess O'Brien. Jess's last day was last Thursday, and thank you for, some of you came out for her going away event at the base camp. And Jess has done a tremendous job of sharing all the details of our programs and statistics that quantify our impact. And going through all of our programs and all the ways we impact the community would take us much later in the evening than any of us wants to. So in the short time we have tonight, I'm going to focus on why those statistics and why our impact matter and why the BDC is such an important asset to the city. And first, I want to do that by focusing on our role in developing the local workforce, particularly in the skills that lead to high wages. These efforts impact the city in a couple of ways. Of course, it helps our local residents pursue high wage employment opportunities. This is a near-term impact and an important one. But an equally significant longer-term impact is that over time, that it develops a local talent base that is a significant factor in attracting employers of those high wage opportunities. And our efforts have been well known over the past few years in a couple of areas. First and foremost is cybersecurity. The past 2 or 3 years have seen successful cohorts achieving certification of both cybersecurity and IT fundamentals. These skills are prerequisites for entry-level positions in cybersecurity, which is one of the fastest growing sectors within tech, as Warren talked about earlier. AI, and specifically generative AI and large language models, are another set of technologies that are already starting to impact the tech workforce. I see that in my day job with a software company based up in Charleston. We've started building out programmatic support for developing these skills, starting with our recently launched AI office hours that happens monthly. In addition to our work in cybersecurity, we've had success partnering with educational institutions. This includes the public K-12 school system that we've partnered with to deliver tech-related curriculum and programs, including code camps. I appreciate Warren calling out some of our programs in this area earlier. It also includes institutions like USCB, particularly in helping their students gain real-world experience via internships and programs like TechStars Startup Weekend that we've run for the past 4 years here in Beaufort. And also providing them with opportunities to showcase their work and skills through demo days and other events that lets them get their expertise and their work out in front of the public. Going forward, we're focusing on complementing these efforts with a greater focus on specifically bridging the gap between education and the workforce. And as part of that, broadening the types of skills that we're helping to develop and the types of opportunities that we're helping to open up to local residents. A big first step in that direction was announced recently. We've partnered with Google to provide access to their tremendously successful career certificate program. This program certifies participants in the skills necessary to qualify for entry-level positions in a variety of tech and tech-related fields. Having that Google brand associated with these certifications makes employers sit up and take notice of candidates. Even better, Google is funding 500 scholarships to help Beaufort residents take advantage of these programs and improve their employment prospects. So folks will be able to take advantage of this program, get certified at no cost to themselves. And with Google's help, as well as other strategic partnerships, we're driving tangible investment in helping the community find meaningful and rewarding employment. You can see here a list of the certificates that are available. They range from cybersecurity, which we talked a lot about earlier, data analytics, digital marketing and e-commerce, IT support, and project management and UX design. And all of these fields offer median entry-level salaries that exceed our per capita average. And those are just the entry-level salaries. And now, not only are these fields high-paying, they're high growth with significant demand for these skills that will continue to increase over time. Another aspect of how BDC positively impacts the city is the strong network of partnerships we've developed. We serve as a hub and a connector of local, state, and regional organizations and aligning the interests of the city with these organizations, as well as acting as a force multiplier for the efforts of these orgs, particularly as they relate to technology. I won't name them all, but you can see here a list of the organizations and institutions that we regularly collaborate with. These local, state, and regional relationships help the city of Beaufort access opportunities and benefit from the wide range of impacts that these organizations make. Some of these organizations were represented in the room this evening earlier, including South Coast Cyber Center and the Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation. And finally, the Beaufort Digital Corridor plays a significant role in providing the city of Beaufort with credibility when it comes to technology in the tech community. Credibility with the various partner organizations we saw in the previous slides as we engage them in different tech and tech-related initiatives. And a great example of that is our recently formed partnership with a company called NextVelo. And NextVelo is a major Salesforce managed services provider that's looking to bring high-paying jobs to Beaufort. Their CEO they're based out of Charleston, but the CEO is working every Wednesday down here out of the base camp facility as he seeks to, have a regional impact and not just be focused on the city of Charleston. Matter of fact, they are running a workshop tomorrow morning on smart cities and AI when it comes to things like traffic management. But this credibility also extends to other important constituencies. We do this through our rich slate of programs and the quality of the base camp facility. These programs and the base camp are valuable resources for people like remote workers in the local community that need to engage with others in an environment that promotes learning, innovation, and collaboration. This type of environment that individuals thrive on. Earlier, Councilman Scaletti asked in reference to cybersecurity, what are we doing to not just cultivate talent, but retain it? Providing this type of environment is part of retaining that talent and even attracting talent here in an economy that's increasingly reliant on remote employment. That's my story. I'm employed by a software company based up in Charleston. We were always fond of Beaufort in terms of the quality of life. And, when our company decided to go to remote, it was initiated by COVID, but has lasted long beyond that. We took that as an opportunity to, move down here to Beaufort. I was already familiar with the BDC and the base camp, and that was one of the factors that gave me a comfort level of knowing that I'd be able to work in an environment that was, populated by people that had sort of similar concerns and interests that I do. And similarly, it provides credibility with other members of the community that are interested in technology and need support and engagement, as well as visitors that work in the technology industry and need an engaging place to work while they're in town. Anecdotally, I interact with some of these folks in my role right now as the board chair. You'll see folks come in from out of town, find the BDC base camp, work there, use a day pass to either use a shared desk or an office. And, then they always remark at, what a pleasant surprise it was to find a facility like that locally and how that influences their willingness to visit parents and just enjoy all the other, benefits of the community. To wrap up, we're looking forward to a strong 2026 at the BDC. Over the past year, we've restaffed our board with everyone really committed to rolling up their sleeves in a role as a working board and working for the community. Last year, we established a 501c3 foundation to complement our 501c6 activities and give us better access to charitable grants and other types of funding. We've recently established a new 2-year strategic plan and begun executing on some new initiatives, including scaling up our fundraising operations. We also have David Hartshorn, who's the member of our board and the chair of our fundraising committee. We're also launching a new podcast studio that was funded in part by Sparklight at the base camp. That was based on a lot of input from our members about the types of benefits they'd like to see provided with their membership. We're looking at doing a really exciting launch and ribbon cutting for that, where we're going to have podcasters actually working live in the studio while the event goes on. So that should be a lot of fun. So look out for that. But another big strategic focus for us is growing and strengthening our partnerships, particularly with the city. This summer, Mayor Cromer and our city manager, Scott Marshall, provided valuable input that was a really significant basis for that new strategic plan that we just worked on this year. So in addition to continuing to support the BDC financially, we're really looking forward to the opportunity to follow up on that discussion and other topics to work with you guys on, establishing a memorandum of understanding for the relationship and some of the deliverables we might bring to the city and some of the outcomes that we might drive. About potentially, representation at some level with our board. We've had that in the past. It was a big benefit for us, and we'd like to, explore some of those opportunities again. And just other opportunities to work together to continue to grow the local economy and just the tech footprint of the city. Thanks for your time. Glad to field any questions that you've got.
Anybody from the public? Thank you, Rich. Appreciate it. Good presentation.
Thank you.
Next is going to be the Beaufort Chamber of Commerce.
Well, they say save the best for last, but they also say that for the last person in line, need be also. So I'll do that. Thank you all for your time, and certainly appreciate your patience as we kind of work through these processes. Those who have not had the chairman of the board for the Beaufort Chamber of Commerce, standing in proxy for Megan while she's away. We also have a member of our board here, Ashley, with us as well, representing our hospitality industry. So thank you for your support and all that you all do. So my message today is really clear. It's about clarity. It's about collaboration. So let me begin with a brief update about where we are as a chamber and where the opportunity stands. So I'm speaking on behalf of our membership. I'm speaking on behalf of our chamber team and as well as our board. My goal is to share what employers are experiencing. I want to highlight the data behind it and outline where continued coordination and collaboration can strengthen our relationship in our region. We've seen what partners communicate early about, and that's working together. It's about navigating challenges more effectively and then maintaining solid economic momentum. So we talk about our region and our mission. Our mission is clear. I want to make that really clear. We're really focused on our mission, and that is to provide economic prosperity to enhance the well-being of everyone in our community, now in our region. To do that, we need to bring the right voices together in the right places so we can talk through what the issue are. So we found that when employers and community partners and public agencies are included in early planning, we find that decisions land better, timelines are smoother, and outcomes ultimately improve. And that approach has guided our recent work
with the city and remains a central focus on how we operate as a chamber. A little bit about who we are to understand our approach and who we are. It helps us to know who we represent. We serve businesses of all types, small local mom and pop shops, growing organizations, growing firms, major employers, schools, healthcare providers, longstanding military partners, and the list goes on and on who we serve and who we are. Our chamber interacts with these organizations every day, and the board hears directly from them as well. What we hear consistent is that businesses want steady communication, they want predictable processes, and thoughtful consideration of how decisions affect their companies and their employees in their day-to-day operations. That feedback, it helps shape our priorities and it helps guide our work. Giving a little snapshot of our membership, I'm really proud to say that our membership is expanding. Our membership is growing. You can see some lovely pictures of some of our networking event and community involvement here. Our membership is broad. We're currently representing 665 member businesses across the region. That range gives us a clear picture of the workforce needs, which is a big need. We've heard a lot about workforce this evening. Gives us a big picture of operational realities and emerging opportunities related to our membership. And because many of our members operate across city boundaries, coordinated communication between jurisdictions is absolutely essential. Our regional economy depends on regional alignment. Looking at our strategic priorities, with that broad membership in mind, that 665 members that we represent, our strategic priorities are clear. Number one, we want to support local businesses. Number two, we want to diversify our economy, and building leadership capacity reflect what we hear from employers every day. Moving on to some regional data. To understand why these priorities matter, we turn to the data shaping our region. The latest regional data highlights several key trends in which I'll point out just a few. I don't think this will be too foreign to most of us in the room, that we have a 1% to 2% population growth. There's an aging population with fewer residents in prime working areas. There's a big need for attainable housing, cost of living barrier. There's a great demand for healthcare and services, obviously, and therefore building workforce, which we've heard a lot about this evening. And then countywide connection, and that's so important with travel between municipalities. Happy to say that we expect that our 2026 data will be coming out on our March 6th State of the Community. Just a quick plug of that. If you have not registered, please do so. That's going to be a great opportunity for you to hear the most recent data as it relates to our region. These trends reinforce why coordination and steady communication across partners remain essential for smart planning. We talked a lot about advocacy tonight, but I do want to talk a little bit about advocacy because that's really one big component about what the chamber does. Yeah, we host a lot of events, we do a lot of networking and connections, but one of the major things that we do is we advocate on behalf of our members. So our advocacy reflects the needs of employers, and they often remain top priority are, number one, attainable housing, a predictable business environment, reliable infrastructure, access to education and workforce pipelines, healthcare capacity, responsible land use, and continued support for our military community. This is what we advocate with the Regional Chamber of Commerce. Businesses want to know what's coming. They want fewer surprises and want opportunities to offer input early. So our partnership with the city is obviously essential, and we value the partnership, and we want to continue to build on our partnership with the city. And that's obviously essential for making progress on these shared priorities. So we appreciate the city's work on the downtown initiatives, the infrastructure there. We appreciate your work on code updates that improve efficiency, fiscal discipline, and policies that support a stable workforce. These steps matter to employers and the broader community. As we continue forward, consistent communication, especially
when timelines on projects details shift, we will continue to ensure decisions land well and minimize unintended impacts on our businesses. As we get ready to close, we want to move on to our next portion here is our Military Enhancement Committee. Our military ecosystem obviously is one of our region's greatest strengths, as you all know. Our military presence contributes significantly to our economy and our community identity. We can see some stats here on our military economic impact, that there is a 2.6 billion in annual economic impact, creating over 10,000 active service members. There's around 20,000 jobs supported through our military and roughly 30,000 veterans in the region. Our Military Enhancement Committee focuses on areas critical to maintaining and strengthening that presence, including the future of our Naval Hospital site, new VA clinic, obviously so proud to announce that, housing conditions and workforce transitions. These priorities intersect directly with the regional trends, including housing, healthcare, workforce, and workforce readiness. We're also very hopeful, as John mentioned earlier, that the ongoing U.S. Coast Guard evaluation for the Port Royal Naval Hospital as a potential new training site. We're extremely excited about that, and we're batting to win. Why the chamber matters? This is obviously important. All of this reinforces our role as the chamber plays in bringing clarity and alignment. Trust in chambers remains strong. Our members echo that locally. They value clear communication. They value reliable information and a coordinated voice promoting business success. Across our organization, our members, our staff, and our board, we are committed to constructive engagement, transparent communication, and practical problem solving. These commitments guide how we work with the city and our regional partners. Now, in closing, and we'll bring it all together, the data is clear, the opportunities are real. When the city, the chamber, and our members and our regional partners communicate openly, we engage early, and we stay aligned, we can navigate challenges, we can effectively strengthen our Beaufort competitiveness and our quality of life. Our organization is committed to that model, and we look forward to working together. Thank you. Mark, any questions from Mark?
Back to the public. Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. On next, we have capital waste recycling program.
Whole team.
Y'all are the
No, you'll walk up and say.
Oh.
Ready? Yeah. Council, staff, citizens, good evening. My name is Brian Yorston. I'm Chief Operating Officer for Capital Waste. Capital Waste is, as you may likely know, expect, but we are very pleased and proud to be a service provider for the city of Beaufort. And we have been since year 2021. It's been a great partnership from our perspective. We are rather in the form of solid waste and recycle collection. And that's what brings us here tonight. We're here in the interest of talking about our recycle program and to talk about the overarching parts of that program. And I brought my colleagues here with me tonight to talk through that. So I'll turn it over to you to introduce yourselves and we'll walk through a couple of pages.
All right, my name is Rob Scott. I'm the GM for the local office here. If you change slides, please. With recycling starts with the residents. The residents put the recycling in the carts. They place it at the curb. A CWS truck comes and picks it up, delivers it to the waste management facility. It's a transfer station, Recycle America they call it. It's in Ridgeland, and then they will put it into trailers and they will transport it up to Charleston County, where it goes to a material recovery facility. At that point, it will get sorted and separated and then sent off again to become something new. If you want to go to the next one, please. What should we be putting in our carts? Well, paper, cardboard, that's corrugated cardboard, paperboard, cereal boxes, tissue boxes. It says bags there, that's paper bags only, not plastic bags. books, newspapers. We got plastic containers, metal cans and glass. You want to make sure that all these are clean. They are free of grease and food. So like partially, we say pizza boxes can't be done because of all the grease and that they can't be recycled. Now, if you find the top piece has no grease on it and nothing, we can probably recycle that. But typically we say no to pizza boxes, but we do try to follow waste management guidelines for what they accept at their facility there.
Hi, I'm Paige. I am the marketing director from Capital Waste. So the rest of our presentation is really going to be going over some common misunderstandings. As a marketing director, you know, my team is big on trying to educate our customers and info share. So this is going to be a part of this, and I'm going to take a moment to say, follow us on social media and our website. We have lots of blogs and information. So if you like this, there's a lot more of it there as well.
All of this, also this entire presentation is already on our website on the landing pages for the City of Beaufort residents.
Yes, you can access that through the City of Beaufort or from our website, capitalwaste.com.
And I'll start. Jessica, Director of Sales for Capital Waste. I think all of us have been here since pretty much the beginning of this contract. So very proud to live in Beaufort. And also the education and outreach share for Keep Beaufort County Beautiful. So I live and breathe Beaufort. I'm here. I live right across the bridge on Ladies Island. So this was kind of where I started at Capital Waste, was right in Beaufort. So I love it. But there's a lot of misconceptions as far as rules between the convenience sites and the City of Beaufort. There are different rules. The reason it's going to two different facilities. The county utilizes I-2. It's a much smaller facility. They hand sort everything. I've actually been on the line sorting there. It was a really cool experience. But you know, you've got hand sorters versus where Charleston County, they've got these giant machines. It's very complex. It does it automatically. It's great. It's really quick. So the great thing is with City of Beaufort, we can accept almost anything. There's really not any limitations. There's not a whole lot of rules as far as taking lids off and things like that. We're opposed to the convenience sites. You've got to take the lids off. They only accept certain materials and things like that. So it's a lot broader as far as, you know, less restrictions, less rules, so we can recycle more in the City of Beaufort.
This slide is also wish cycling. So wish cycling is just like a cute word for things you put in your recycling can that you wish they could be recycled, but they aren't able to be. So we have a list there of things that cannot be recycled, even though you might think they could be. And there's various different reasons for this. Sometimes they're contaminated. Sometimes they're too small to be put through be sorted or go through the machines. Some of them are waxed coated or plastic coated, but they act like they're cardboard. So coffee cups, like Starbucks cups, the greasy pizza boxes, like toothpaste tubes, all of those things, chip bags, juice cartons, those have like that waxy seal on them, so you can't recycle those. And then the other things like used paper towels, takeout containers, those are contaminated. We can't take those.
Yard waste. Yard waste is picked up in a rear load truck, okay? The garbage and the recycling is picked up in ASLs, the automated side loaders. So we do pick up yard waste, and if we take it bagged, tied, containerized, in various ways now for the city. Now, because it is picked up in bags and all of that, there are no compost facilities around here, so yard waste does not get recycled. Yard waste goes to Oakwood landfill. It's the same place that C&D goes to. This is the way it has been picked up for a long time. That's why you'll see both pickup and yard waste will be put together, because it's both going to the same landfill. So that is the reason why some people have asked, why do you mix those two? Well, because they go to the same place.
Contamination, obviously, it's really big. I think everyone wants to recycle, tries to recycle. We all want to keep our community clean, but people don't know, and education is the biggest thing. Paige and her team do a really good job at keeping it really simple, getting education out there, easy to read, and just easy to retain. That's the biggest part of our jobs. It's just education. The problem that we have, you know, is that if couple handfuls of people contaminate their recycling, it can contaminate a load with 1,000 bins in it. One truck can hold up to 1,000 bins, so 1,000 residents. So, 20 people, 25 people contaminating their bin or putting something in there that they're not supposed to, can contaminate the entire load, and now that entire load has to go to the landfill. So education and getting that out is really important, and that's what we aim to do, continue to aim to do.
Yeah, a couple of bad neighbors can ruin it for all of you.
Yeah.
So, and I also want to point you back to our website. We have a widget on our website, on the City of Beaufort landing page called Trash Wizard. So if you're not sure if something can be recycled or not, everything is listed on there. It's alphabetical, and you just go through it and you can find where it goes. So it spells it out for you, whether it goes in the trash or recycling, or if it's a bulk pickup. That's it. Any questions?
Questions?
And just out of curiosity, when do you guys determine if the whole truck's been contaminated?
That gets determined when the ASL picks it up. There is a camera inside the hopper, so we can see what gets put in there, depending on what it is. If it's a couple plastic bags, we're gonna roll the dice and see what it is. It's when people have some cardboard on top and underneath they threw in yard debris. We see a lot of residents putting yard debris in their recycling. We see them putting kids' plastic toys that can't be recycled. Vacuum cleaners, sneakers, clothing will be stuffed in there. A lot of times we can't see it till it's already been dumped. So once we've determined the driver has seen 4 or 5 cans that have not done it correctly, then it's gonna become a contaminated load. We run the risk of having to dump it there and then Waste Management saying, you guys get to pay to clean this up now, because it's not recyclable. So
Well, that's what I was getting at. Yeah, if you take it there and then you dump it and then you gotta take it to the landfill.
Yep.
But in case you got a camera and you can detect that a lot of the times.
a lot of the times we can detect them, yeah. They've been fairly lenient with plastic bags, but we're trying to make a good push on making sure that there aren't any plastic bags.
Well, personally speaking, I want to let you know that.
Good.
Thank you.
Do you anticipate,
Councilman Mitchell?
can I jump in for one question? Do you anticipate composting anytime in the future?
I heard compost.
Compost.
Do you anticipate?
I
I'm
don't
sorry,
know if you're doing it.
Yeah, Councilman Mitchell, we're not aware of any developments for that, but, we'll certainly stay attuned to that and, use the communication channels with our partners at City of Beaufort.
County's love.
Yes. Thank you.
Anyone else?
So it seems like it would be a lot of contaminated recycling then, right? Or is it not that much that you experience?
Experience, there's not a ton, but if we see something sticking out, our drivers will know that and they won't pick up the can. They'll call the garbage truck and they'll say, hey, can you do a loop back? There's contaminated cans. So we do our best, even though we're not looking in every single can, if we see something sticking out to try to avoid it. I would say 95% of all of our loads are contaminated with something, but if it's not a lot, we're gonna dump it at the recycle center. So I mean, in a given month, we might have 1 contaminated load, maybe 2 that we're saying, there's no way we're taking it here.
It's a really good question. The processing facilities are designed to tolerate small amounts of contamination. They have sort lines and they'll pull that out of the recycled streams. It's when a load comes that is excessive amount of contamination that gets problematic and gets into the scenario that we're talking about. And then just beyond that, education is our best line of defense, and that's a lot of what Paige and Jessica and our team try to communicate, and that's part of us, being here tonight.
We appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we're gonna have a Dominion interview.
Mayor, council, so we have a meeting, with Dominion Energy, and everybody gets on the activities again in 2026. They're gonna have several different contractors working on it. But to make the long story short, they're going to have a workshop for the public information session at City Hall on March 26th from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. And just to let you know, we will do full court press on getting information out to the public, and you know where they're going to be trimming. They're gonna start at the end of March, it will go periodically until the end of the year. And we will have a staff member assigned as a liaison to the trim.
They've got an arborist on their staff.
They do, and we'll have access to ours as well. So, any questions from council?
I don't think so. Okay, we'll move on.
I guess I just have one. Do we have a way to identify, like, if they, say, put a new pole up, take the line off, you have an old pole there, still has some, cable or communication lines on there. Do we have a way to identify those old poles, where they're at? I mean, I know that they're supposed to notify us, and we're supposed to notify the other companies. But in some instances, when that doesn't happen, do we have like a map of all of those old poles, or?
No, we don't. I'm glad you asked that question. Well, it's a couple of meetings ago, Dominion, I asked them how the polls was going since we passed the ordinance.
They haven't removed
Yeah, and no, well, I don't think they removed anything. So I did highlight the fact that we do have that ordinance in place, but they asked us to pass the ordinance, so they can give us some of the polls, so I'll follow up on that.
Okay.
Yeah, and what I was told, the reason you have double poles sometimes is you've got the cable company. Whenever still have lines on there and they haven't been removed.
But they're supposed to remove those within 90 days after, according to our ordinance. But I think it would help if we had, you know, if they said, okay, now we have a new pole over here, and then we can identify that and say, all right, now this is an old one that we need to address, start notifying whoever the communication companies are. But if that doesn't ever happen, then it kind of just falls through the cracks.
Exactly. That was my concern when I talked to them about it. Okay, you know, they asked us the ordinance, we passed the ordinance, but.
Yeah.
Southside.
What else can we do about it? So.
Southside Boulevard's a good example where they put up those big poles and everything. And the other ones are sitting there, they trimmed them down, they trimmed the other poles down, you know, move them.
Okay. I'll
follow up.
Yeah.
Okay, next is a discussion of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, spending deadline and financial update. I think Alan Eisen, is Alan today?
Mayor, council. Speed through. ARPA, that was, $350 billion to state and local governments. And, recipients must be obligated all funds by December 31st, 2024, and must spend all the funds by December 31st, 2026, which is coming up pretty soon. So we were able to meet the obligation deadline, but now we have to make sure we meet the spending deadlines, kind of what we're trying to achieve, just showing this revenue of where the monies came from. 6.6 came straight from the treasury, and we got $1 million from Beaufort County. And we've also earned interest so far on those funds of about $720,000 as of December. I mentioned we must spend those funds by December 31st. Any funds that haven't been spent must be returned back to treasury. So we'll make sure we spend all those funds.
On that point, as long as we spend it, we're okay. It doesn't have to be closed out, meaning the project doesn't have to.
Right, yeah, I think it's still be ongoing, so we'll talk a little bit about Duke Street, but I think the plan is to use all the funds first and use some other funds on that project. Here's kind of a high level kind of revenues and expenditures, kind of where we stand. I just want to highlight that $342,000 is kind of what I'm showing as available to reallocate. I'll kind of go through some categories for some of those reasons. We had a few kind of minor projects that came in under budget. So we have about $6,000 left that we can reallocate to existing ARPA obligated projects. And then a big part of this was for King Street, by removing the pump station from the scope of the project, that reduced our ARPA commitment from 1.6 million down to 1.4 million. So we have $241,000 available that we can use for another ARPA obligated existing project as well. And then finally, just interest. We've earned that $720,000. ARPA interest was not subject to the obligation deadline. So our plan, or what we have budgeted for, is $625,000 for Duke Street fiscal year 26, And we also have remaining amount of interest, about 95,000 as well. So we can use that for a new or current ARPA project. So that just kind of highlights the different categories. So overall, we have about $342,000 available for reallocation. And staff is recommending time to reallocate these funds to Duke Street or the Waterfront Park project. I'm assuming we can spend those by December 31st. That's kind of the caveat, but I think those are the two projects we want to kind of focus on. Like I said, we want to make sure that we don't spend, don't return any money back to the treasury. Is there any questions or comments?
Questions, comments from council?
Not really, just looking at staff's recommendation, I would be in favor of pushing that over to Waterfront Park project. I probably value, which you do this anyway maybe, but probably value in keeping the 247,000 separate from the 95,000, since 95,000 doesn't have a deadline, but the 247 does. That would be the idea, right?
The 95,000 still has that deadline. All, even ARPA interest has to be spent by December 31st.
So they. Okay, I thought they
You didn't
have
have
to
to
have a
obligate
deadline. What's that?
You didn't have to have it obligated. The interest didn't have to be obligated, but it had to be spent.
It didn't have to be obligated by the end of last year, but it has to be spent by the end of this year.
Correct.
Okay, got it. That makes sense.
Yes.
We're not servicing that.
Right.
Probably for Duke Street, like all the time. On the all sports, how we want to allocate. After that class and stuff.
Any questions from the public? Hearing none. Thank you, Alan. I'll move on. Amendments to chapter 2, weeds, section 6-3003, and chapter 3, litter and trash, section 6-3005.
Yes. I don't have a presentation like everybody else. It's, I think everybody knows what weeds look like.
That's why you didn't get walking.
That's right. And we also are not asking for any money, although this seems like a good time after 4 hours. So it's be a great time to ask for money. But anyway, I'm tired. Yeah, you're all tired. So let's put that pot of gold back up there. Anyway, we are, I guess what we're proposing, and just to get your ideas on, is to amend the weed and trash ordinance. So I think as you go around town, there's a lot of properties that are, in a state of, could use some work, right? To, beautify Beaufort, and it's a very beautiful place. But I think the challenge, and Ken's here, and he's great. The challenge with a lot of the properties that haven't been cleaned up is because essentially when we're putting a lien on the property, we really don't want to foreclose on some of these properties, either because they're out of state or an air property type of situation. And the city it's just elected, I think, not to put itself in that situation. And so that has created, these externalities of the fact that, some of these properties are really been hard to kind of get the owners or the number of owners to kind of clean the properties up. So Ken here has done a lot of research on this, and basically what we're proposing is to put it on the tax bill. So we coordinate with Public Works, with Finance Department of the county, and then so every year, come and clean up your property. You got warned. Either Public Works or a contractor would, after warnings and violation, would clean up the property. Cost of that would be put on your tax bill. And then essentially this would be the county would, you didn't pay your tax, the county would deal with it. So, the goal is, obviously we'd have a long warning period. The goal is really for people to start taking responsibility before we started doing this, because this is something we feel like we could collect actually. And so with that, I'll just stop and I'll let Ken, who's very, speak on this a little more. So,
Thank you. I think Kurt's really explained the crux of it, the history of it very well. We do have this language on the books already in our ordinances when it pertains to unfit for human habitation structures that we choose to either abate, demo. The ordinance currently allows for us to take those costs for services and place them on their taxes as a cost and collect those when the tax bill is paid. For some reason, when we implemented the weeds and trash ordinances, we didn't use the same like language. We used the language of placing a lien on the property, which makes it much more difficult to collect at some point. We know a lot of these properties where we can't identify owners or a person responsible are heirs properties. So we know those will never sell, which means potentially the taxpayers pay in perpetuity to maintain these properties, which really isn't appropriate. We have out-of-state owners or LLCs or corporations where sometimes it's hard to identify actually who the person responsible is and to actually cite them into a court when they're out of state. So as we ran across this multiple times, I started doing some research, and South Carolina Code of Law actually has a statute that allows for cities to regulate upkeep of properties, and that upon failure for property owners to do so, to actually have the municipality do that work and place it on as a lien on municipal taxes and collectible in the same vein. So I think when we've used that in the past, when it came to unfit properties, we've gotten very good traction to get things done. You know, again, this is a process. We're not anticipating going out tomorrow and levying this on a number of people. We're still going to try to gain voluntary compliance as we always have. I actually see this extending into a longer process since it's the city potentially now going on someone's private property and doing work to abate some issues they should have abated. So we feel like this language would allow us to accomplish the goals of the city to remove some of these blighted properties that I have a hard time getting some traction on. And, you know, eliminating some of the blight and attractive nuisance issues that we're seeing in some of these. Any other questions?
That liability issue with the public works going on this property, not knowing what's on there. What kind of liability are we putting on that?
I can't comment on the liability issue. I mean, statutorily, the law allows for us to do it. But again, we wouldn't just enter a property without doing some diligence and checking to make sure there were no hazards. We would coordinate it with Public Works. I've already had a conversation with Public Works Director. It's something they feel we can accomplish in-house. I don't anticipate it being a great number at any given time or throughout the year. But I think, to your point, we would certainly do our diligence and never place any of our employees in a hazardous situation. Correct.
Originally, I thought that this was across all areas.
I
When we worked on this form for the inhabitable buildings and stuff, I thought we were applying it to all elements.
Yeah. You know, the uninhabitable building statute is very specific. And sometimes a building or property doesn't qualify for that designation, but I have overgrown grass, weeds, fallen trees, yard debris, trash and litter that sometimes I just can't find anybody responsible to address. So I was somewhat surprised as well that we didn't have similar language, but it is what it is, and we're looking to improve it and to make it so that we can get better traction on some of these issues.
Hey, a question. So if we put a lien on the property, I'm not sure I'm clear on your comment, Ken, about it going, I think you said to the tax sale. Is there a certain time limit on the lien, and if it ends up at the tax sale, would it be sold to recover the lien in much the way the county would sell property to recover the taxes?
So go ahead, Ken. So currently, the language in our ordinance is that it would be placed as a lien on the property, so only collectible upon sale of that property, or you accumulated such an extensive amount of foreclosure process, which I don't believe any of us want to be involved in that respect. So what we're proposing is placing it as a cost of services on their taxes, payable when taxes are due. So inevitably, if I'm getting to the crux of your question, is if they fail to pay that portion of their tax bill, potentially it could go to tax sale.
All right, got it. Thanks.
Any other questions?
I don't think there's any not much room for abuse here, but just point out, I didn't see that it was mentioned anywhere that the cost was gonna be a reasonable cost. I think by default, it would be, you know, with our public works, but just to make sure that we're clear, maybe adding some language in there to show that the cost that we, you know, imposed on the owner would be a reasonable cost for that service.
Yeah, we'll have to get, we were talking about that, something we'll have to get with, to estimate what would be the cost. You know,
Right.
what the
Yeah,
cost of
an
that-
hourly rate, I'm not sure, you know, that is obviously something we thought about and how to get at it. But I think it's a conversation once we get some positive feedback that it's a direction this council move, and that we can start to figure out hourly rates and stuff like that, fair market or based on contracts the city has with vendors. I'm not really sure how that plays at this point, but certainly we'll point that back to you.
Okay, can you also check with other cities to see how they handle that as well? 'Cause I know other cities are doing it.
I will just point out too, I know this isn't necessarily part of the discussion, but it's here right in front of me. I hope that I don't get a citation if my grass is higher than 6 inches because it certainly grows that high in like 3 days in the summertime. So,
Now, we, you know, I think the way we go about doing property maintenance is certainly we get a courtesy notice. If we work with property owners, if they have an issue that requires a little more time and potentially what we might give them 10 days, 2 weeks, whatever that may be. We work with folks extensively to try to get to where we need to be without being underhanded. And I'm proud to say, in almost 10 years I've been here now, as your code enforcement officer, we've only ever had to give one summons to court for a violation. We've worked it out otherwise in a reasonable manner, and I think that's the way it should be.
and that's reflective in the feedback that I know I'm getting from the community as well. So just appreciate that.
Any questions on color? Thank you very much. Next, we have the Freedom Arts District proposal for Art in the Park. Stuart?
Good evening, folks.
You finally had to wait through all that.
Well, I shortened it to 42 minutes. I hope that's. Thank you all for doing this. I know it must be enjoyable and a pleasure for you to spend your evening serving the people like this. Take one. I did not prepare a video program, so I'm just going to run through this kind of quickly and leave keeping with you. You're welcome to make notes and ask questions as we go. This is about a sculpture arts trail proposal. The Freedom's Arts District, our mission includes nurturing a thriving arts community by providing support to local artists and engaging with arts enthusiasts within the district. That includes galleries and artists that are downtown. This support includes customized outreach initiatives and strategic marketing efforts to showcase creative talent in our area. Some of the events we have include the Chalk Nut Festival, which will be next month. The Artist Sunday event comes in November, and Mistletoe Market in December that some of you are familiar with. We have a revolving loan program where we restored a number of houses, and you can, if you go over to Duke Street is cottages are currently being built at 1607 and 1609 to replace the houses that were beyond repair. We have the Friedman School of Arts, Crafts, and Culture. It's expanding from our home at 1401 Duke Street to larger space that we are renting in the Arsenal. And our school is modeled on the successful Aramont, Penland, and John C. Campbell folk school. And those schools were focused on their local culture, just as ours is focused on the local culture here. And the sculpture and arts trail, sculpture trails are used to engage people in art. We're fortunate here that where Eric has recently come from in Springfield, they have a sculpture walk program. They have a museum without walls program. So you probably have some experience in dealing with dangerous artists and other kinds of artists like that.
I helped start the sculpture walk program.
Excellent. Thank you. Are you a sculptor?
I'm not. I'm an engineer. I don't know. I wouldn't know art.
That's a high end.
My wife would tell you that some of the things I do, I claim a sculpture that when it started out was not going to be what it ended up being. That's another story. But we're looking to focus on our local culture and our schools. We'll be emphasizing a number of activities here. The trail facilitates that. We congratulate you on your successful mural project. We've been planning to implement a sculpture trail in the district for some period of time, and the sculpture in the South Trail in Somerville is a case in point. If you look back in the third page of your package and some of the ones beyond that, that tells you about the sculpture in the South Brooklyn, Somerville, which has been quite successful. And we want to do the same thing here. When the Merchants and Business Act ask us to get involved in making Waterfront Park more attractive until repairs are completed, it presented an opportunity to begin our sculpture trail in Waterfront Park. We would like 12 spots for sculpture and art. We picked that because we understand the fence is 1,100 feet long. That provides a nice spacing on each end, 300 feet or so. Each spot would have a small plaque giving the name of the piece, short paragraph by the artist, and Freeman's Arts District logo and QR code. We expect that to be down on the ground. Freeman's Arts will add the trail to our website, encourage people to visit all sites on the trail. That includes the area of Tubman Art, the mural over at the Green Street Gym, and other activities that we're doing here. Mural that folks have done in Green Parking Lot. Our timing is we'd like to move forward with selecting space in Waterfront Park and inviting artists to commission. What's the point of waiting? Selection of pieces to be installed on the trail, including the portion in the Waterfront Park. Approval would be by a committee of 6 members, 1 from Main Street, 1 from CVB, 1 from Baja, and 2 from Freeman's Arts District. We're doing some of this in private sector properties, so the trail in the park is just a piece of what could be a much bigger front. Mural, part of the trail, and in celebration of our nation's 250th anniversary, Freeman's Arts District will be providing a patriotic mural, flag, and eagle, which we want to go off as a stop of the sculpture trail. Mural will be painted by local students and artists, patrons, and 650 individual tiles and then the symbols. The image of the mural is on the last page. You'll see the flag and eagle there. That's what that mural will look like. It measures 16 by 8 feet, so it'll be large. And those 650 tiles will each be painted to be assembled into that mural. We'd like to leave that in the courtyard of the Arsenal until the end of this year, but if that doesn't work out, we'll find another site. But want to let you know this is going to be a part of their trail activity. The fence donation. Freeman's Arts District previously offered to fund the fence when we understood the city did not have funds for fence. We're open to discussion after the city fence has been installed, and we're really interested in doing this. References for our proposal for sculpture trail in the park can be seen on Sculpture in the South, which is attached. And I put their website there, which is pretty good. Interactive, shows you a lot of different things. I particularly like the native bench and the children's sculptures there. And we've got an image of the patriotic mural back. Be happy to answer any questions I have. And I know it's late and you don't have a lot of exciting questions. You guys all know how to reach me, but I'm happy to do anything I can to help with that.
You would have any questions? I have one, the only concern I have is, you know, I like the sculpture idea. I've seen the one in Somerville.
Yeah.
That's very nice. And even Greenville has a little bit of something like that on Main Street.
Right.
We've got the water festival, we've got the golf festival, we've got all of that. I would be concerned about some of that, you know, being damaged, somebody getting hurt or sitting on, you know what I'm talking about. How would y'all address that? Would it be behind the fence where you couldn't get access, or?
We don't anticipate that. We anticipate it be so people could get access. We would take that into consideration at the time we were doing it. We can't prevent people from being idiots anymore. We can keep them from pulling out in traffic. But the selection committee will be made up of responsible adults who will understand sharp edges and attractive nuisances or insurance risk. And we will be consulting with our insurance firms about any particular liability associated with that. And we would expect any of that liability to all over onto the city. But if people are going to be stupid, there is only so much we can do in that particular case.
I don't think behind the fence would be feasible because
You wouldn't see it.
most of the fence is going to be behind the landscaping, except for a small portion of it will be open. They could probably talk about more.
Our proposal for 12 spots in the park, it doesn't have to be along the fence. It can be in the places out there. But the idea is to bring people in.
So what do you think a logical next step would be for this process? Wait until the fence gets installed and then take a look and come back with specifics, or?
Quick round of applause, and then tomorrow or something after you or whoever you like, we have to walk through the park with some little signs or spray paint and say, yeah, let's talk about these spaces. And then go forward with that. And when the fence happens, that's great. And whatever happens after that, you can look at whether those sites are involved or not. I do want to mention something about the fence because this has come up a little bit in our conversations. And this is tempered in part by my personal experience, because as many of you may know, I was in the communications tower business before I retired in '98, back to Buford. In the communication tower business at that time, there were about 8 major manufacturers. And some of the manufacturers would have a model like a Roll 90. And that was always the same size pipe section, because that way the fittings always worked on Roll 90. But there were light gauge ones that wouldn't hold much, and there were very heavy gauge ones that you could hang a lot of stuff on. And unless you knew what you were ordering, depending, and Roll always made what they were ordered, but the vendor sometimes would order something that would be thin, and sometimes they would order something that would be thick. Our company always wanted the thick stuff because we didn't want to have to go back and go through a lot of engineering to put stuff on. I don't know what this gauge is going to be, and I don't know how many coats of powder it goes through, and I don't know, we were looking at 80 or 100 pounds of cement at each post that would be holding it in place, because there is a lot of activity in the park. So we'd like to understand that. My board asked me if I could assure them that this would look good a year or two from now. And my experience is that I don't do that unless I'm completely comfortable. So we'd like to understand what that's going to be. We'd like to work with you any way we can. We sort of view us as a partner. We don't would like to be a strategic partner with a fancy slideshow and, you know, something early in the evening. But today, we'd be happy to do it that way, if that's okay with you. And we're still interested in reimbursing you for that, but we'd like to understand what that means.
Are you talking about in terms of the fence? Is that?
Yeah, but if you, I'm not trying to force this on you. I just don't want you to think we're reneging on that. Okay.
I'll work with the Friends Arts District going forward, and anything that requires council decision, we'll work together.
It'd be a good idea for us to take a tour when we identify the spots and the type of sculpture and all that.
That sounds great. And
Council's approval all, or?
Yeah, but it would be nice if we Charles looked at it.
I was half joking about round ball.
I'll get it for you.
You gonna walk off some also?
I want to walk off.
Yeah.
Stand in it. Thank you all.
Okay.
Okay, I want to make a motion. Okay, pursuant to Title 30, Chapter 4, Section 78, of the South Carolina Code of Law, and see of legal advice regarding civil litigation. Make a motion that we go into executive session.
You have a motion? Second. All in favor, say